That's what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
Mark Wahlberg opens up about having a strong faith in Hollywood, how he says religion helped shape his career despite it not being the popular choice. Do you have an insecurity about aging? Why are some going against the norm by sharing what they love about growing older? Paula Abdul will be here live. From her biggest hits to choreographing for some of the best in the business, she's reflecting on her decades-long career. And we've got the latest contestant eliminated from The Masked Singer. Who is behind the rock lobster costume? Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
We are starting today with Mark Wahlberg. He's not here live.
Oh, I was like,
That would be amazing.
He was about to come in.
Why would you do that to us?
Sorry, I didn't mean
I thought he was going to come out the back.
No, he was on the Today Show yesterday, which was Ash Wednesday, and he talked a lot about his Catholic faith and how it's helped him over the years. But he also said something interesting about faith in general in Hollywood. Take a listen.
I don't want to jam it down anybody's throat, but I do not deny my faith. That's an even bigger sin. You know, it's not popular in my industry, but, you know, I cannot deny my faith.
All right, so let's talk about this. Do you think he is right that faith is not popular in Hollywood? And what does that really mean for all of us who watch Hollywood movies and TV shows? You brought this up on our show, Jeff.
Yeah, a lot, but I don't like to jam it down anyone's throat, just like Mark said, right? Mark, we're friends. Yeah.
Marky Mark.
But so
You call him M-Dub.
that's right.
You
that's
guys
right.
did bond when we interviewed.
We did, and we have the same
Him.
birthday.
Oh,
and we're both Catholic.
Oh.
But I did not go get my ashes. So that's what that was on his head. It's a sign for the beginning of Lent for people that don't know. But as far as Hollywood goes, the movies that I've been in, a handful, 3, they're all faith-based films. And there's a big market for that, of people wanting that. It's a very niche market. I don't think big Hollywood touches it. I mean, you see it on Lifetime, you see it once in a while. But that faith-based film industry is an industry that people have a want for out there.
Right. I mean, this is what I was talking about with capitalism really quickly. Tori, you always talk about Third Love, the bra company. Victoria's Secret didn't want to make bras for larger chested women. Here comes another company. People didn't want to talk to people in the Midwest. Here comes the Blue Collar Comedy Tour. People didn't want to talk to black folks. Here comes Tyler Perry. Here comes Kings of Comedy. People, there was no Asians in Hollywood. Crazy Rich Asians. There's a market for this, and once they realize there's a market, more films come, just like with Christianity.
Well, let's continue the conversation because this got us thinking about a number of things. Like, for instance, what's going on with faith and religion in general in America. Belief in God has fallen pretty dramatically over the past 50 years. So as of 2022, 81% of Americans said they believe in God. Now compare that, though, to 1965, when 97% held that same belief. Now, meantime, membership at churches, synagogues, and mosques are also way down. In 2020, less than 50% of Americans belong to a religious organization. Compare that to 1958, when 73% of Americans were members. Now, meantime, all across the country, churches are closing in record numbers, with more than 4,500 Protestant churches shutting their doors in 2019 alone. So here's the big question. Why do you think faith and religion is on the decline like this? So DBL Nation, always want to hear from you. Are you a member of a religious organization? Please go to dblvote.com. Let us know. What would you say?
So for me, faith is a big part of my life. Even though I didn't get my ashes, I go to church sparingly, like here and there, Christmas and Easter and things like that. I pray every single night for decades. I don't push religion on anybody. I don't care what you believe in. It works for me. And I'm going to put that onto my sons as well, because it gives you something to believe in that's not textile, that's not tangible, just like your dreams. You got to believe in something bigger, and it also corrects the path that you're on, right? It's good for you. If you start straying away from the path, start thinking, treat others like you want to be treated, those are good lessons to learn. It's not a negative thing, but in Hollywood, it's become this scarlet letter. Even talking about it right now, because I'm Catholic, I went to CCD, which is a Catholic church you go to after school. I've been confirmed, baptized, all that. But the stigma around the Catholic Church almost leaves people with a bad taste in their mouth when I say I'm Catholic. Kind of like the Chris Pratt theory. He's religion, but he's Christian. He hasn't really come out with his political stance, but people assume maybe because you're religious, you're somehow Republican, and maybe that's the bad taste people have. I don't know what it is, but I don't really like to talk about it a lot because people have a certain stigma or judgment about it.
I appreciate you saying that, and I think you're 1,000% right. Here's what I take from it, especially, and again, I want to base or disclaim this, I'm not going against any religion. As a Jew, I love all religions, whatever. But in the past, Christianity specifically and Catholicism has had a sense of autonomy over the self, meaning LGBTQ situation, the abortion issue, the contraceptive issue, the priest issue, which again, everything is getting better.
Again, none of those, that hasn't happened to me in my experiences. It's not everybody, but that's
Absolutely.
the stigma
It's
people
important.
feel like it's everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think the younger generation in a religion wants to feel like they belong. And if you can't fit in as a trans or queer or pregnant or not wanting to get pregnant person, or a woman in the past where wanted to go up in the line in Christianity, that feels like I don't belong. And that makes me want to be more secular, because that's a God that isn't accepting of who I am and who I was born with. That's a conflict that Christianity and Judaism have to reckon with right now in 2023. The world and social climate is changing. And if they don't change with it, they're going to continue to lose tithing and people in their congregation.
But I agree, but I disagree. I disagree in the sense that I think a lot of people in Hollywood have a strong faith. They're just not attached, like a lot of people in America, to the dogmatism of faith anymore, to the judgment. And I think a lot of people are learning, okay, if I have a LGBTQIA son or daughter, am I comfortable bringing them into this specific church?
Right.
Now, I will say the church up near my old neighborhood was amazing. They had a Black Lives Matter flag. They had a rainbow flag. They were all inclusive. And I think that is beautiful and wonderful. And I think there's a lot of churches out there and synagogues and mosques that are completely all inclusive. But I'm not going to say that a lot of people, I love God. I pray every night. It doesn't mean that I follow the 10 Commandments.
Right.
Every time we watch the Oscars, almost every single one of those celebrities that, even if they're Democratic, will say thank you to God. So I think because people are abandoning organized religion doesn't mean that they're abandoning their spiritual faith with God.
But why does it reflect certain people in a certain way and others you kind of just...
Because it's been politicized, I think, a little bit.
But like Sam said, everyone in Hollywood, they're like, I want to thank God first. But when other people do it, such as Chris Pratt, it's
Turns
frowned
people
upon,
off or
right?
something, right?
I don't know. I don't understand the connection and disconnection. I'm
and that's
confused
totally
about it.
fair. I think people don't like evangelizing, pushing, like you said, on the religion. So if you have someone overdoing it, that turns people off. And I think that's fair to say. Too much dogma.
Point.
Yeah.
Great point. Let's see what our viewers say. 64% of you are a member of a religious organization. 29% no longer, and 7% never was. Interesting. Coming up on DBL, we've got the latest contestant eliminated from The Masked Singer. Who is the celebrity behind the costume? And actress Jennifer Love Hewitt is sharing her insecurities about aging. We're talking all about embracing the thought of getting older next.
Our viewers are talking about DBL. Yes!
I like that.
Leaves me speechless. I'm like blushing.
Thank you, thank you.
That's emotional.
Do I want to sit there and watch them? Yes, I do.
We got a question not a question, interesting, from Boo. Get this, Boo Music City Kitty. Great name. I feel the way that the country music stars in Nashville don't shy away from their faith as much as the Hollywood stars, in my opinion. That's true.
Yeah. Country. Oh, please. I just think the Country Music Award. You didn't see me.
Totally.
I just think the Country Music Awards do their own thing, and they don't really conform with Hollywood.
Yeah.
And I think there's like maybe not some aggression there, but there's a little tension there. I feel.
What?
It's like CMT Awards. I feel like they kind of do their own thing.
Yeah.
They don't abide by Hollywood's rules, and they kind of do their own thing. So they are a little bit more outgoing religious.
Is it a geographic thing, like Southern,
I don't think
in that way, more observant in terms of that
I would
religious?
There's
I
also
would
a big
assume so.
competition because there's other stuff to do now.
Yes.
I mean,
It used to be very social
I
to
think
go
a
to
lot of
church.
people are members of another religion. Like, how many people follow everything Joe Rogan puts out? So he puts out 3 podcasts a week. They're each 4 hours long, so that's 12 hours of you listening to somebody like that. That is your religion.
Right.
Yoga is a lot of people's religion now.
Why didn't you make that point when we were on there?
Because they were making great points. But yeah,
that's a great point.
But yeah, they're just like, there's a lot of competition to do other stuff now.
That's a fair point.
And so people aren't in church. People are like, I can go rock climbing. But
But it doesn't mean that
But
they
it
don't
used to be a social experience.
Yes.
Right,
That's
yeah.
true, but
You're
you also
like,
have to have, I don't
It
know.
still is for many, but
You
not
know,
as
the-
many because of what you're saying.
I would say cooking
gotta
is
make
your
time
religion as
for-
much as, and no disrespect, but like you cook every night because it does something to your spirit, to your soul. You like the process
I hear
of
what
it.
you're saying,
So
but-
like I think there's a lot of people where they take the religion out and that's what their religion
Right,
is.
I think, but in religion, again, I'm not, but there's life lessons involved, right? So
yeah.
if you don't cook one afternoon, there's not like eternal
There's
sin.
moral
Yeah.
code.
Welcome back to DBL. Jennifer Love Hewitt recently celebrated her 44th birthday, and her Instagram post is making headlines. She posted this photo along with a caption saying she woke up at 4 a.m. and was 44 years old. She goes on to say that she sometimes is insecure about aging. So, of course, this got us thinking, are you insecure about getting older, and why? Al?
I am not, but you know, I didn't have the same situation Jennifer Love Hewitt did, where she was a teenage heartthrob for a nice chunk of years there, and I think
Well into her 30s.
well into her 30s, yeah, and I think it goes about what we spoke about last week about peaking when you're young. I feel like looking at a picture, she still looks amazing, but to have that peak where you are one of the most popular people on the planet because of how you look, it's hard to watch that slowly go away.
Yeah. I think women have it differently, and I'm just saying that as a general broad brush. I understand.
think that's fair.
As a disclaimer.
I think that's fair.
I worry a lot, I'll tell you, about this and about this.
Okay. I do say, yes, women might be more aware because of societal pressure to remain a certain age. I mean, we just heard Don Lemon's comment, even though we unpacked it and we had a variety of different feelings. A lot of men go through midlife crises, too. So why don't we ever think about that as well?
I think there's just a context to what women were looked at, which is the aesthetic was more important than anything behind the brain, and that's really been in our history for a long time. And I was telling BJ over our technical director, IT director,
No,
that even
be more specific.
every window screen or every window I go by, I'll look and check quickly, kind of obsessively.
Okay. All right. Well,
We
speaking
all
of
check ourselves in window screens.
Speaking of getting older, here's something I want you all to think about. What have you enjoyed about aging? BuzzFeed posed this question to their community and got some very interesting responses. One person wrote, there are way fewer men creeping on me. Being left alone is awesome. Another said, buying shoes for comfort, not for fashion. Finally, there's this response, realizing that no one matters other than those utterly dear to you. How refreshing.
Right.
What is one thing that you love about getting older?
Wisdom, right? I'm not the brightest guy, but
Yes,
you
you
also
are.
get some wisdom as you grow older from your past experiences, your mistakes. You learn from them and you become a better person. Society doesn't allow that anymore. You're not allowed to make a mistake. But for me, that's the best part of
The
getting older.
failures almost.
Absolutely.
Yeah, with you, a lot of failures. I totally get it.
What about you?
I was totally kidding.
I know. When you have to look one-on-one in the window screen and really figure out who you are.
That was well done. I was codependent all my life, and I have learned boundaries. And as I get older, it's easy for me to say, nope, for no reason. I just don't want to do that, and I appreciate you understanding me. And I like friends like you that understand that and respect that.
Were you looking at me or Alex?
No,
I was looking at Samantha.
Tori and,
What about Al and I?
Tori and I are in a similar journey where we are just now loving ourselves.
Yep.
And it's because of the work we're doing in therapy. And
Yep.
I would agree with you. At 42 years old, I'm way more confident and have more self-esteem today than I did in my 20s,
God. Oh,
which
I
is
was awful.
mind-blowing to me.
Absolutely.
What about you?
I would say just my ability to understand how valuable real friends are. As corny as that sounds, and everybody's like, oh, you're a real friend. I got a bunch of real friends, my buddies from college and the happy hour. And it's like, I think people really are unable to separate friends from drinking buddies.
Wow.
And when you're unable to do that, the people drinking on your patio are not all your friends. I always say your friends know your mama's name. Your mom knows that they exist. They ask questions that don't have to do with them. How are you doing? What should we do about that one problem you had a couple weeks ago? Your other drinking brother is just like, when are we going out again? And I think the line is blurred for a lot of people, and they make mistakes because of that.
Beautiful. Age is a privilege. Aging is a privilege. Coming up on DBL, there was a big reveal last night on The Masked Singer. So who was the comedian behind the rock lobster costume?
It was me.
It was not Al.
DBL is celebrating trailblazers in Black history. We're recognizing some of the first Black Americans to break color barriers in academics. Mae C. Jemison was the first African-American woman to be admitted into the NASA astronaut training program. This led to her becoming the first Black female astronaut. She flew into space aboard the Endeavour, becoming the first Black woman to travel in outer space.
36 have been accused of spousal abuse. 7 have been arrested for fraud.
This video is going ultra viral with millions of views across TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. It shows a preacher named Mark Bailey rattling off a list of supposed crimes and misdeeds, at first telling his audience he's talking about NFL or NBA athletes.
14 have been arrested on drug-related charges. 8 have been arrested for shoplifting.
But at the end, he shocks the audience by claiming actually these numbers are referring to members of Congress. So are the stats referenced in this video true? Let's verify. Our sources, the Internet Archive and Capitol Hill Blue, a political blog. This is hardly the first time this list of stats has made the rounds. The video itself is from 2012, but the claims made in it are even older than that. They first went viral as part of a decades-old email chain. We can trace their origin all the way back to 1999, when the list was first published by a political blog called Capitol Hill Blue. The anonymous author claimed blog staff had compiled the list through research, but provided no evidence and almost no names of the people they were accusing. The Internet Archive reveals that Capitol Hill Blue later removed the numbers from the article, before eventually deleting the post altogether. But that didn't stop it from going viral. Chain emails circulated widely despite repeated debunking by fact checks in 2000, 2009, and 2014. One eventually made its way to Mark Bailey, who in fact says in the video that he was forwarded the list by his son. But there was no basis for the claims made in the list when it was published in 1999, and there's no basis for it today. We can verify, no, the stats about members of Congress in this video are not true. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
Welcome back. Some exciting unmaskings happened last night on The Masked Singer. Take a look.
Legendary comedian, host, and superstar, Howie Mandel! Oh my God!
Woo! The man behind the rock lobster is here to talk all about the big reveal. Please welcome back to the show, Howie Mandel.
Howie, you looked so cool. We were looking at you before we started the interview. We're trying to channel. I feel like our makeup director would say you have zaddy vibes right now.
Zaddy!
You're looking good.
Oh, wow. Well, you know, getting older is something that I'm embracing.
That's what's up. Well,
I'm 67 years old, and what I embrace most is the ability to get up 11 times a night to pee.
I'm coming for you. Well, obviously, you know, you were unmasked on last night's show of the last night's episode of The Masked Singer. So, are you sad you didn't keep going, or are you like, hey, I just had fun? Talk to us.
Devastated. I'm absolutely devastated. You know, singing and dancing is my comfort zone. And I thought I was amazing. I thought I really set a bar that show has not heard before, or even AGT has not heard before. I think that people kind of shy away from uniqueness. The timbre of my voice, the rhythm I have, the way I move.
Well said. He's a beautiful man, and he intimidates people.
He does.
I get it.
He intimidates people. You're right. Ken Jeong is known to be the worst guesser out of the judges. He is horrible, but he does not a good job. But he actually guessed you on the first try. Did that surprise you?
No, what surprised me is that nobody else did. You know, I was on Twitter live when the show was on. All of America, anybody that was on social media went, "Oh, that's Howie Mandel." One note came out, and they went, "That's Howie Mandel." I cannot believe that nobody else guessed me. I feel like it was a transparent suit, that lobster suit.
There was no
and
lobster.
It's very wet on the inside. I'll let you know that. It was dirty. I sweat. I lost 3 pounds in one song.
Ew.
So if anybody, instead of taking Ozempic, what you need to do is you need to put on a lobster suit and sing an ABBA song. You want to lose weight.
First of all, somebody will definitely do that.
Yeah.
There's a fetish for that. I feel like.
Don't really listen to Howie Mandel about that, please. He's not a
Speak
doctor.
for yourself.
Why, you want people to think Ozempic? No.
Okay, so Howie, the contestants of The Masked Singer have to follow this really strict security protocol to keep their identity secret. What was the weirdest rule that you had to follow?
Well, we weren't allowed to tell anybody, not even family members. So, you know, me being the consummate professional, wanted to get into character. So the night before, I didn't even tell my own wife. And the night before, I lied naked in bed and had her swath hot butter over me. And she said, "What is this for?" And now today, she realizes
now
what
it makes sense.
It totally
makes sense.
Yes.
And now I can wash the butter off.
So, Howie, how did you pick your diet suit, aka the lobster, rock lobster? Do you get to pick that, or do they just give that to you?
They gave it to me. I don't pick it. I didn't pick it. I did not pick it. I never said, they said, "What do you want to be?" I never said I want to be a lobster. And lobsters aren't kosher.
They're not
We're
kosher.
allowed to eat them. Right. So now having a Jew inside a lobster kind of flips it on
It's a little
its side, right?
ironic. What would you pick? If they said, "Howie, you could be whatever you want," what would you pick?
Ooh, good question.
Oh, anything. The beauty for me, and I think people know I'm a germaphobe, anything that wraps me up, doesn't allow me to see anything, touch anything, or have contact with anything, makes me comfortable. That is the most comfortable I've ever been on any show at any time.
That's funny.
Except maybe this show, because I'm on Zoom.
I was just about to say, now I feel uncomfortable.
All right, well, we have a little hindsight behind us now, so you know, obviously you got unmasked, but looking back on it, is there anything that you would do to throw people off from recognizing you so easily? That I messed that last part up.
I thought I did perfect. I think I set a bar for myself and any other singer and dancer I see in the future. I'm just sitting here waiting for the phone to ring. There's a halftime show that they're filming for next year. I think the residency maybe in
Vegas.
Vegas.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know that Ticketmaster has the bandwidth to handle lobster live.
Right, it's the Taylor Swift situation.
There's going to be a record deal because of his vibrato and the texture
But
of
I'm
his
touring.
voice.
This weekend I'm going to be in Florida, but I don't know that I'll be singing. I'm doing stand-up comedy.
Well, let me ask you about singing. You're not necessarily known to be a singer, but what was it like singing in front of 400 people? Was it easier, obviously, with the lobster? Was that easier, and do you enjoy singing?
I enjoy singing. Singing is my jam. Singing is my comfort zone. Singing and dancing is what I do. I don't know if you know this. I'm on TikTok. I've got over 10 million followers.
What?
People watch me every day sing and dance for 15 seconds. So the opportunity to do it for longer than 15 seconds was a dream come true.
Nice.
Yeah, singing and dancing. Well, but you see, it says being unmasked on the singer on your little banner below.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's Howie Mandel, singer dancer.
Yes.
Next time you're on, we'll get that right.
That will be your Chiron from now on.
Yeah, the timbre of his voice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I know. We appreciate you, Howie.
And your vibrato.
I know.
And what's wrong with vibrato?
Because you've never said that word in 6 seasons.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, you don't need to.
Excuse me.
I bring things out in people. That's the beauty of me.
Thank you, Howie. Thank you. We love when you sit.
I'm looking at myself on screen. I look
handsome.
older than Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Way to bring it back. Way to bring it back.
Howie, we love when you stop by. DBL Nation, be sure to catch The Masked Singer Wednesday nights on Fox. We'll be right back. Bye,
Thanks, Howie.
Bye, Howie.
Bye.
Sorry.
In the beginning, what we know as Black History Month was only a week. Let's connect the dots. In 1926, Harvard-trained historian Carter G. Woodson got a group together looking for ways to celebrate the accomplishments and the history of Black Americans in public schools. They focused their efforts on the second week of February. Why? It coordinated with the birthdays of two important Americans, President Abraham Lincoln and activist Frederick Douglass. At first, they got a lukewarm response across the country. In fact, North Carolina was one of only 3 states that participated that first year. It was decades later during the Civil Rights Movement in the 60s that the week turned into a month. And in 1976, President Gerald Ford officially designated February as Black History Month. Now, nearly 100 years after it started in North Carolina classrooms, it's a reminder Black history and Black achievement can be celebrated by all of us all year long. And that is Connecting the Dots.
When you take a look at the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, you will see from the latest data in 2021, North Carolina had 179 fatal workplace injuries. It ranks among the top 10 states when it comes to deadly injuries on the job. However, looking at the North Carolina Department of Labor, they state in 2021 there were 49 workplace fatalities. So why such a big difference? To get answers, we went to Josh Dobson, the North Carolina Department of Labor Commissioner and the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Dobson tells us there are a lot of differences when it comes to what the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics counts versus what the North Carolina Department of Labor counts as workplace deaths.
What we don't count are medical emergencies when people unfortunately pass away while they're at work, heart attacks, particularly strokes, in rare cases, but it happens, suicides.
He says they also don't count the number of roadway accidents that happen outside of a work zone.
So we count basically what falls under our jurisdiction.
OSHA will come to all workplace death investigations at first, but only take over certain investigations. Dobson says if OSHA takes over an investigation at the federal level, the state would not include that in their data.
Maritime accidents, things like that. I think railroad accidents also is what they investigate. So those are the things that federal OSHA would investigate that they would count that we wouldn't count.
The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics has yet to release 2022 work-related deaths, but the North Carolina Department of Labor's numbers for last year show the state saw more work-related deaths compared to 2021, with 63 in 2022. Construction saw the highest death rate with 15 deaths in the workplace. Dobson says they are continuing their special emphasis program to help decrease deaths at the workplace in our state. With your Verify Fact Check, I'm Megan Bragg.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter answers your questions, clarifies what's true and false, and even includes a daily fun fact. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Today's Sandals word of the day is swim. Watch DBL every day for a word of the day. Then enter at dailyblastlive.com/sandals for your chance to win a 4-day, 3-night escape for 2 to beautiful Jamaica. The winner will be announced on DBL March 1st.
Here's what's coming up next on DBL. Choreographer and singer Paula Abdul will be here live, and we are checking in with our own Erica Cobb, who is in LA for the NAACP Image Awards. We'll see what she's been up to ahead of the big show this weekend.
Electric vehicles are growing in popularity, and people looking to buy one are wondering how much they'll cost to use. Verify viewer Mary emailed us to help put the amount of energy EVs take to charge in perspective with other appliances. So Mary, let's verify. Does charging an electric vehicle use a similar amount of electricity as other home appliances? Our sources are the U.S. Department of Energy, Tesla, Kelley Blue Book, and Silicon Valley Power. This answer needs context. Some home appliances use a similar amount of electricity to electric vehicles, but it depends on the appliance and the EV. Here's how the math breaks down. The average person drives about 14,000 miles a year. The Tesla Model Y, which was the best-selling EV in 2022, needs around 1/4 kilowatt-hour to charge per mile. That's the same as the Chevy Bolt. That means it takes roughly 4,000 kilowatt-hours to charge the car for the year. Now, let's compare that to some household appliances. A washing machine run 3 times a week uses between 60 and 215 kilowatt hours a year. An average water heater uses around 3,500 kilowatt hours a year, But a central AC unit for a large home can use more energy than the Model Y at closer to 5,000 kilowatt hours annually. But these are rough numbers. Different EVs and appliances are more efficient than others, and all of the numbers depend on how you drive and how you use your appliances at home. For a more detailed analysis of what we found and to see how EVs compare to other appliances, go to verifythis.com. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Nope.
Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. They're already arguing.
Not true.
Okay.
Friendly banter.
It's yoga breath.
Welcome to DBL. All right, so Jennifer Lopez is being accused of using a face filter. OMG.
How dare
Say it
she.
isn't so. A TikTok user claims the filter J-Lo was using failed when she leans into the camera. I got to see this. Okay, so she's leaning into the camera. And they say, as you look at it, that she once had a filter, and then her forehead and under eye lines are then visible when she leans in, but then when she leans out, her skin's flawless again. Okay, so here's another look at J-Lo's face before and after. J-Lo is 53. She's not responded to the claim. I don't see any
I don't
difference
see
here.
one shred of this, and I have to say, I don't love that people are circling parts of Jennifer Lopez's face.
Yeah.
I just think at some point, no, I'm not saying our show, I'm saying we're pointing it out in a sort of sarcastic way.
Who did that?
No, I mean, on TikTok, people are going crazy. If I'm a 12-year-old pimply, non-breasted girl, what chance do I have if people can't even let J-Lo
You just described me at 12.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's okay.
But, I mean, I think a lot of people are like that, right?
Yeah, but I'm simply saying, too, is...
But is there a responsibility for J-Lo, who is touting a skincare line, to be real and not use a filter?
When she's selling her skincare line, and she's been very transparent. I've watched her get ready with me, and she's barefaced, and you can see what she does to cover the wrinkles. So I don't see this, and I don't like the dissection of the women. She's the same age Blanche was supposed to be in Golden Girls. J-Lo, 53. Look how good she looks. Let's just celebrate that.
But I don't know. I'm curious about the word responsibility. I mean, when you're trying to sell makeup products or you're trying to sell a sugary kid cereal, you need to make it as presentable as possible to your potential customer. Unfortunately, with capitalism, we cannot go with responsibility and other words that make you seem regal. You're trying to sell and move these products, and I feel like whatever she needs to do to look how she's looking is working. So the idea, if she can't use a filter, then can Elle magazine?
You know, in the Danish people, Denmark, I believe, they're
No,
not,
here in the States.
I know, but I'm just saying they are not allowed to advertise without saying there is a filter on this, and that would be kind of interesting.
Oh. Okay. Well, we're going to switch
I'd like
gears.
to hear that come back out.
We have something really cool.
Have her come
You
back to the
excited for
Danes.
this? We're switching gears, Al. You'll be very happy.
All right.
Okay, so to our viewers, you may have noticed that our very own Erica Cobb hasn't been on our show the past couple of days. There's a reason why. Erica is in LA, getting ready for the NAACP Image Awards. She's nominated, of course, for Outstanding Society and Culture Podcast. So before we chat with her, let's take a look at her week so far.
Ooh.
Just landed in LA. Mom and Dad are here. Yay! Welcome to LA. I'm at the NAACP Image Awards week. We are actually at the Grammy Museum. It is not lost on me how many people came before me in order to open doors for me to be here today. Work it just like me. I am doing my final fitting with Sir Algernon. Strutting, you a VIP. I'm just nervous about all the cake that I ate for my birthday. I want to make sure that I can still fit into this dress.
Does it feel different too?
Yeah, it feels looser. I feel so confident about this look. This was a partnership with myself and Sir Algernon. Shout out to Haley as well. It's coming together, and I am going to do the thing.
To get the latest on what's happening this weekend, Erica joins us from Los Angeles.
Yeah! Hi, guys. I miss you. Hi, Kavi. We miss miss you too. What's been your absolute?
She looks fabulous.
Yeah, you look fantastic.
You look amazing. It's very true. Very. What's been your favorite thing this week, Erica?
Just all the community. I mean, obviously the celebration of Black excellence, but I also got an opportunity to honor a friend of mine who has really been, she passed away, and for some reason lately I've been feeling a lot from her. And so I did this ceremony, and it turned out that it was actually the day that she passed away. Like,
no way.
The anniversary of her death. So I feel like I'm very grounded right now. There's something happening.
Yeah, there's a good energy. Good energy, yeah.
I feel good vibes, Z. I feel good vibes. You're sending them our way. But what's on the schedule for you today? What does it look like?
Well, my dad, who is back here. You can come up, Dad.
Wait, tell him we need to see that suit.
Let's see it.
Look how clean he is.
He has his suit on.
Stop it. Look at it. Stop it.
Yes.
What's up,
Roosevelt Cobb, everyone. We are going to the fashion show. So Dad's going to leave with a modeling contract.
Yes.
And my mother's back there. We're going tomorrow to the award show dinner. So my family's here. My mom's hiding behind a wall for some reason.
Listen, Roosevelt is the most handsome man in America. I got to give it to him. There he is. I love him. I love him. Erica, sticking with the good vibes. Your family's there. I feel the energy. You have your winning speech ready.
My speech?
Winning.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Your winning speech. Your acceptance speech for winning the award.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm like, what? I'm writing a speech because I just think that that's good luck. It's like manifesting, you know? So, of course, I'm going to thank y'all first, you know?
Absolutely. Now, you have 2 red carpet events.
Why are you reading that like it's not your friend?
Yeah. Okay, we're going to do this because, Erica, I was about to read it like a square because I get yelled at for asking all my questions. But you know what, Erica? I wanted to ask your dad something. Can you bring him on camera really quickly?
Roosevelt. Oh.
You want to ask Dad something?
I do.
What? He can hear you. What are you going to... What do you need to ask my father?
I obviously have a daughter as well. And as a father, I just want to know what you're feeling in this moment, looking at your daughter and looking at where she is right now.
Oh. Tell him to get close to Erica's mic.
I'll have to wait and get my head around that one.
He doesn't want to speak. He said he has to wait and get his head around it.
He's proud.
Yeah, y'all were looking for that TV moment, weren't you?
Yeah.
You know us over
You know
here.
me. Honestly, I was supposed to ask you about your red carpet events, but you know, just looking at your dad, I mean, that is, you talk about Erica. We are already immersed in everything that is Erica, but as a father, I just look at your dad, and I realize the work he put in to be sitting next to you. So well done by both of you guys. We're proud of you. We're cheering for you, and we know you're gonna kill it this weekend.
Oh, that's beautiful.
You already won, girl. You already won.
We love you. We are so proud of you. And you said that, Jeff, that she was giving us good vibes. We are now throwing all our good vibes on you, girl.
Well, don't shove them at her.
Why can't I?
You give them to her. You don't shove it.
I'm throwing it.
You present them.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Erica,
You guys are
nothing's
not dropping
changed
food at
over
my
here.
house.
Nothing.
I love y'all so much. I appreciate you all so much. And I'm hoping to come back with some very good news and new hardware.
Yeah. We love you, girl.
Okay, to our viewers, be sure to tune in Monday. We'll have a recap of Erica's action-packed weekend with some hardware.
And my weekend, too.
Thank you, Erica. We love you.
Yeah.
Coming up on DBL, Paula Abdul will be here live. We can't wait to talk with her coming up next. It's a new year, and DBL is all the talk.
Let's get it going.
We had a lot to talk about last year.
I'm flexing every day.
And we're not stopping in 2023.
So we were calling Al out because when Al asked a question, he goes, "Well, let me ask you this," kind of formal. And we were like, "It's Erica. Like, just ask her the question." But that was very sweet of you to do.
That was sweet. Al, what's going on in your life that you
Okay.
kind of?
Yeah, emotional.
It's a good thing, but you're reaching for those tearjerker moments.
Oh, it's not even that. It's just like, you know, you watch your kids. Bro, wait till both of you guys.
No, I hear you. I hear
to
you.
see
You're
your
going
kids,
for one right now.
No, to see your kids like grow up. You know, my son got first place in a debate contest last night.
No way.
Yeah, and it's like.
Who? Elijah?
Yeah, to the point where like
Awesome.
me and my ex-wife were talking about sending him to like a school of the arts like he did.
Oh, really?
He's like
Thank you, honey bear.
Off the chart. You said that though forever.
Yeah, and he's
you
just like a stunningly good-looking person to the point where I hate him. And you know, I just I see them becoming adults, and like, so I see myself more as Erica's dad now than like a dad with young kids. So maybe that's where it's coming from.
Okay.
But yeah, exciting time.
Do I have to say all that Jackson stuff?
Guys, look at
so
this.
That's the choreographer. Can I be like,
I wish
Paula,
I had
you're
this. All I have
famous.
is a
We were
lanyard.
on last
Where do I get
time.
one of these?
You know the
Derek.
story from the Lakers.
Oh, our
When was
security
your
guard. Isn't these
aha
fun?
moment, or I made it.
What do you have?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, no way. Taylor's also got one. Oh, I'm like on the my kids on the rowing machine. Can I Amazon this? Do you ever do it and be like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, probably me too.
They told me they were out, but they weren't really out. They just didn't want me snapping. Okay, I'll get some more. Because all day I would just.
Also, I am in looking for a new iPhone case. Is it cool anymore to have a busy iPhone case? Are you supposed? Okay, or are you supposed to have like a plain one?
No, you're supposed to have like a cool one like this. And it secretly says total mess because I'm a total mess.
Oh, mine's just black.
Whoa.
Welcome back. From Lakers girl to successful choreographer and singer, she's straight up done it all, and now she's here to tell us all about her next smash hit and new athleisure line. Paula Abdul, welcome to DBL.
Thank you so much. I cannot believe I'm speaking to you, man. Straight up, now tell me, Paula, you have collaborated with Smash and Tess for a new athleisure collection. Why did you want to work with them specifically, Smash and Tess?
Well, I met Ashley Freeborn, who's the CEO, and we hit it off right away. She's Canadian. My mother's whole side of the family is Canadian. What I love about her and her company is that they celebrate women, they cheerlead for women, and it's all about inclusivity, which has always been so important to me.
Amen. I love that. And you got a little, what, Pomeranian next to you? A little
Frison? Bichon Frisé? The doggy?
Oh, she's a Cavapouchon. Her name's Penny Lane, and then this is Batman.
Oh, how cute! I love it. And I have to say, you know, the pieces from your collection, I love the long sleeve romper. There's so many things in there that just look like buttery soft, and like it'll give you the confidence to work out. What items in the collection are you telling your friends to buy?
Well, I'm loving hearing what my fans are buying. I mean, everyone has a different favorite, but you hit it on the nail. The fabrication is so incredibly soft, but firm in all the right areas that holds your body and massage your muscles. But like the zip up hoodie it's called the Love Me Up jumper.
Ooh.
And the two pieces, the boot cut pants, the crop tops. I love the jumper that has my inspirational messaging that says, be electrifying, create a spark out of life, and it's a big lightning bolt.
I love that.
Yeah.
Affirmations are powerful.
Yeah.
They are, especially if you could touch, see, and feel and be reminded.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Speaking of lightning bolts, Paula, let's go back to the 80s. I mean, we know your story with the Lakers, your perseverance with that. You worked with the Jacksons. But for you, what was your I made it moment after all those struggles?
You know, for me, I was always like, I was born 3 months premature, weighing 2.8 pounds. I had mass for lungs, a broken windpipe. I spent the first 3 years of my life mostly fainted, and I had terrible hip dysplasia. And for dancing, you need to have turned out hips. I had turned in hips with braces. And so everything about my life and my career has been pretty astonishing and quite a story, because I've never been one who was meant to be what I became, a singer or a dancer. And it just shows, you know, when you are somehow aligned with their heart space and passion, miracles happen. And I was always a tenacious little fighter.
I love that. And, you know, honestly, Paula, you're not just a singer and a dancer. You are woven into this country's pop culture fabric, especially your song, because it's been 34 years since Straight Up went #1.
Ow!
And how does that make you feel that it still resonates with so many people, including the 4 people on this panel today?
I feel extremely grateful, and I look at my youngest fans.
Oh.
Yes.
No, but it's a pinch me moment always. You know, I never take anything for granted, and to know that it still resonates with people. And now the TikTok generation is having a blast with my music just makes me feel great.
For a full year at Recess, I created a cold-hearted snake dance with my best friend Lauren Thaler. Cold-hearted snake, look into his eyes. So I just really want to thank you.
Sorry.
Absolutely. Because we all grew up with
He's
it.
been telling lies.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Little break.
I actually like that.
It's just, I texted my best friend. I'm like, Paul was
the
on
best.
the show.
I know.
You did, I don't know if people know this, you choreographed the wedding dance scene in Coming to America. Unbelievable.
Iconic.
How are
A lot
you?
of people don't even realize
I
that.
know.
I knew
How
that.
are you able to create such a credible African dance routine? Because it's different moves. Tell us about it.
You know, it was a make-believe place, you know. So it was Zamunda. So I knew that for me, it's just creating what I would think African dancing meets, you know, popular hip hop and street moves. So it's funny because I created that, and that's been the staple and template for African dance for all these years later.
So talented.
Unbelievable.
So talented.
So humble, though.
I know, very humble. Paula, you've been in the spotlight for over 30 years, and we've talked about aging in the industry many times. We talked about it today as well. How do you stay motivated to keep going in an industry that is tougher on women aging?
Of course, 100% tougher on women aging. For me, I've been lucky and fortunate to have dance in my life for my whole adult life, plus always mentoring younger people. It keeps me young, and I try to never take myself too seriously. Yeah. And just, you know, try to stay in the path of walking forward in gratitude and laughing at yourself and being surrounded by people of like mind.
That's why you've had such longevity. You are so grounded. How refreshing. Paula, thank you so much for joining us on DBL today. To our viewers, you can check out the Smash and Test Paula Abdul collection at smashtest.com. So soft. So soft.
Dreamy.
I know. We'll be right back. Thank you so much, Paula.
Thanks, Paula.
Congratulations.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Hold on.
We come together.
36 have been accused of spousal abuse. 7 have been arrested for fraud.
This video is going ultra viral with millions of views across TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. It shows a preacher named Mark Bailey rattling off a list of supposed crimes and misdeeds, at first telling his audience he's talking about NFL or NBA athletes.
14 have been arrested on drug-related charges. 8 have been arrested for shoplifting.
But at the end, he shocks the audience by claiming actually these numbers are referring to members of Congress. So are the stats referenced in this video true? Let's verify. Our sources, the Internet Archive and Capitol Hill Blue, a political blog. This is hardly the first time this list of stats has made the rounds. The video itself is from 2012, but the claims made in it are even older than that. They first went viral as part of a decades-old email chain. We can trace their origin all the way back to 1999, when the list was first published by a political blog called Capitol Hill Blue. The anonymous author claimed blog staff had compiled the list through research, but provided no evidence and almost no names of the people they were accusing. The Internet Archive reveals that Capitol Hill Blue later removed the numbers from the article, before eventually deleting the post altogether. But that didn't stop it from going viral. Chain emails circulated widely despite repeated debunking by fact checks in 2000, 2009, and 2014. One eventually made its way to Mark Bailey, who in fact says in the video that he was forwarded the list by his son. But there was no basis for the claims made in the list when it was published in 1999, and there's no basis for it today. We can verify, no, the stats about members of Congress in this video are not true. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
Welcome back. We've got some great products from our friends at Morning Save. Check them out.
Steph, I'm in the mood for shopping. What do we have?
Hello, Tori, and hey, DBL Nation. Guess what? I'm super excited to show off the deals today, and some of them are just right up my alley. I can't wait to show them off, so let's check everything out. First up, we've got the Cheer Collection 7-piece stackable airtight food storage set. So this deal includes 1 tall container with a lid, 2 medium containers with a lid, 2 small containers with lids, 2 mini containers with lids, labels, and a marker.
I love
Check
labels.
these out. And we've got lots of different colours. We've got white, mint, blue, and black. So these can be used to store knickknacks or office supplies too. Normally, this collection is $80, but we've got it for just $24.99, which saves 69%.
If you have dogs, this is good for dog bones, dog treats, because it keeps it air safe.
So our next product, this is one of my favorite things we've had. I love it. It's the Karma Beauty 3-piece travel hair tool set. So this deal includes 1 flat iron, 1 curling wand, and 1 styling comb. They're available in 2 different color options. So we've got rose gold, and I love this unicorn colored set.
Groovy.
So you might be going off on a fabulous vacation, but let's be honest, all of your tools are massive. They take up so much space, whereas these are going to fit into any of your luggage with ease. Normally, it's $259, Tori, but we've got it for just $39.99, which is saving 85%.
Ring me up 2, my friend. 2 in unicorn.
I love this. This color palette is so cute. I think this is going to make such a good gift for any girlfriends too. I love this.
Bridesmaids gifts. Great idea.
Up next, we've got the 6-pack of Power Practical Motion Sensor lights. So this deal includes 6 light strips motion sensor and 2 of these snazzy little remotes. So you can install these really easily yourself with no damage, and you can put them under things like your kitchen cabinets, in your bathrooms, around your mirrors, stairways, or as a TV backlight. You name it, you can do it. And plus there's a motion sensor that will automatically turn on when you enter the room. So normally this pack is $66. We've got it for $24.99. So that is saving up to 62%. I'm really clumsy and I really trip and fall a lot. And so under the stairs is really good at night. So you're not turning on a huge light, but you can see where you're going. Exactly. So that for me is a big win.
Okay, good.
Now, our last product, always love sparkles. Diamonds are a girl's best friend, and we've got everything for you guys today. It's the Tambourette half-carat micro pave plated inside-out oval hoop earring.
Cute.
So this deal includes 1 pair of gorgeous earrings available in 14-carat gold-plated, 14 rose gold plated, and 14 karat white gold plated. Check out the shining cubic zirconia featured on the interior and exterior of these earrings. And it's no surprise that these are a customer favorite on Morning Save. We've got no big markups. We're just closely working with the vendor to bring you the best diamond deals.
I love that.
Normally these are $90, but right now they are $19.99, saving up to 78%. These are really classy. They're going to look great. You can dress them up,
or dress them down,
or dress them down with jeans and a t-shirt, and you're going to look really chic.
I love that. And great, $19.99, whatever. That's amazing.
Exactly.
Everyone, head on over to morningsaves.com. We're going to snag all these amazing deals at the lowest prices, or you can even scan the QR code on screen. That will take you directly to these products on Morning Save's website. Steph, thank you so much. We'll be right back.
In the beginning, what we know as Black History Month was only a week. Let's connect the dots. In 1926, Harvard-trained historian Carter G. Woodson got a group together looking for ways to celebrate the accomplishments and the history of Black Americans in public schools. They focused their efforts on the second week of February. Why? It coordinated with the birthdays of 2 important Americans, President Abraham Lincoln and activist Frederick Douglass. At first, they got a lukewarm response across the country. In fact, North Carolina was one of only 3 states that participated that first year. It was decades later, during the Civil Rights Movement in the 60s, that the week turned into a month. And in 1976, President Gerald Ford officially designated February as Black History Month. Now, nearly 100 years after it started in North Carolina classrooms, It's a reminder Black history and Black achievement can be celebrated by all of us all year long. And that is Connecting the Dots.
When you take a look at the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, you will see from the latest data in 2021, North Carolina had 179 fatal workplace injuries. It ranks among the top 10 states when it comes to deadly injuries on the job. However, looking at the North Carolina Department of Labor, they state in 2021 there were 49 workplace fatalities. So why such a big difference? To get answers, we went to Josh Dobson, the North Carolina Department of Labor Commissioner and the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Dobson tells us there are a lot of differences when it comes to what the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics counts versus what the North Carolina Department of Labor counts as workplace deaths.
What we don't count are medical emergencies when people unfortunately pass away while they're at work, heart attacks, particularly strokes, in rare cases, but it happens, suicides.
He says they also don't count the number of roadway accidents that happen outside of a work zone.
So we count basically what falls under our jurisdiction.
OSHA will come to all workplace death investigations at first, but only take over certain investigations. Dobson says if OSHA takes over an investigation at the federal level, the state would not include that in their data.
Maritime accidents, things like that. I think railroad accidents also is what they investigate. So those are the things that federal OSHA would investigate that they would count that we wouldn't count.
The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics has yet to release 2022 work-related deaths, but the North Carolina Department of Labor's numbers for last year show the state saw more work-related deaths compared to 2021, with 63 in 2022. Construction saw the highest death rate with 15 deaths in the workplace. Dobson says they are continuing their special emphasis program to help decrease deaths at the workplace in our state. With your Verify Fact Check, I'm Megan Bragg.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter answers your questions, clarifies what's true and false, and even includes a daily fun fact. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
DBL puts the fun in funky in a special 70s episode celebrating entertainment from this fabulous decade. Suzanne Summers gets real about that Three's Company controversy, and Bo Derek spills the tea about that 10 moment that made her a cinematic sex symbol. Plus, Rick Springfield pulls back the curtain on the inspiration behind his hit song Jesse's Girl, tomorrow only on DBL. Okay, so of course we have a lot of comments in regard to Paula. Everyone's so excited to see her, but we also have a lot of comments in regard to Erica's dad.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Okay, here's just a couple. So Jay Kim says, wow, Erica's dad is so handsome.
Stunning.
And then we have a number of comments wishing Erica good luck. So Erica, on behalf of all of us here, we wish you luck. We are so proud of you.
Yes.
Any comments about me?
Just check real quick. No, there's not.
There is
Didn't
not.
Paula look the exact same?
What is her secret?
I don't know. She's dancing.
Yeah. Like that?
That's how she dances.
You should be a choreographer.
DBL's new every day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
This Friday, DBL puts the fun in funky in a special 70s episode celebrating entertainment from this fabulous decade. Suzanne Summers gets real about that Three's Company controversy, and Bo Derek spills the tea about that 10 moment that made her a cinematic sex symbol. Plus, Rick Springfield pulls back the curtain on the inspiration behind his hit song Jesse's Girl. They're all joining us live this Friday on DBL.
talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
Mark Wahlberg opens up about having a strong faith in Hollywood, how he says religion helped shape his career despite it not being the popular choice. Do you have an insecurity about aging? Why are some going against the norm by sharing what they love about growing older? Paula Abdul will be here live. From her biggest hits to choreographing for some of the best in the business, she's reflecting on her decades-long career. And we've got the latest contestant eliminated from The Masked Singer. Who was behind the rock lobster costume? Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
We are starting today with Mark Wahlberg. He's not here live.
Oh,
that would be amazing.
He was about to come in.
Why would you do that to us?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean
I thought
to.
he was going to come out the back.
No, he was on the Today Show yesterday, which was Ash Wednesday, and he talked a lot about his Catholic faith and how it's helped him over the years. But he also said something interesting about faith in general in Hollywood. Take a listen.
I don't want to jam it down anybody's throat, but I do not deny my faith. That's an even bigger sin. You know, it's not popular in my industry, but, you know, I cannot deny my faith.
All right, so let's talk about this. Do you think he is right that faith is not popular in Hollywood? And what does that really mean for all of us who watch Hollywood movies and TV shows? You brought this up on our show, Jeff.
Yeah, a lot. But I don't like to jam it down anyone's throat, just like Mark said, right? Mark, we're friends. Yeah.
Marky Mark.
But so
you call him M-Dub.
That's right.
You
That's
guys
right.
did bond when we interviewed.
We did, and we have the same birthday.
Oh,
and we're both Catholic.
Oh.
But I did not go get my ashes. So that's what that was on his head. It's a sign for the beginning of Lent for people that don't know. But as far as Hollywood goes, the movies that I've been in, a handful, 3, they're all faith-based films. And there's a big market for that, of people wanting that. It's a very niche market. I don't think big Hollywood touches it. I mean, you see it on Lifetime, you see it once in a while. But that faith-based film industry is an industry that people have a want for out there.
Right. I mean, this is what I was talking about with capitalism really quickly. Tori, you always talk about Third Love, the bra company. Victoria's Secret didn't want to make bras for larger chested women. Here comes another company. People didn't want to talk to people in the Midwest. Here comes the Blue Collar Comedy Tour. People didn't want to talk to black folks. Here comes Tyler Perry. Here comes Kings of Comedy. People, there was no Asians in Hollywood. Crazy Rich Asians. There's a market for this, and once they realize there's a market, more films come, just like with Christianity.
Well, let's continue the conversation because this got us thinking about a number of things. Like, for instance, what's going on with faith and religion in general in America. Belief in God has fallen pretty dramatically over the past 50 years. So as of 2022, 81% of Americans said they believe in God. Now compare that, though, to 1965, when 97% held that same belief. Now, meantime, membership at churches, synagogues, and mosques are also way down. In 2020, less than 50% of Americans belong to a religious organization. Compare that to 1958, when 73% of Americans were members. Now, meantime, all across the country, churches are closing in record numbers, with more than 4,500 Protestant churches shutting their doors in 2019 alone. So here's the big question. Why do you think faith and religion is on the decline like this? So DBL Nation, always want to hear from you. Are you a member of a religious organization? Please go to dblvote.com. Let us know. What would you say?
So for me, faith is a big part of my life. Even though I didn't get my ashes, I go to church sparingly, like here and there, Christmas and Easter and things like that. I pray every single night for decades. I don't push religion on anybody. I don't care what you believe in. It works for me. And I'm going to put that onto my sons as well, because it gives you something to believe in that's not textile, that's not tangible, just like your dreams. You got to believe in something bigger, and it also corrects the path that you're on, right? It's good for you. If you start straying away from the path, start thinking, treat others like you want to be treated, those are good lessons to learn. It's not a negative thing, but in Hollywood, it's become this scarlet letter. Even talking about it right now, because I'm Catholic, I went to CCD, which is a Catholic church you go to after school. I've been confirmed, baptized, all that. But the stigma around the Catholic Church almost leaves people with a bad taste in their mouth when I say I'm Catholic. Kind of like the Chris Pratt theory. He's religion, but he's Christian. He hasn't really come out with his political stance, but people assume maybe because you're religious, you're somehow Republican, and maybe that's the bad taste people have. I don't know what it is, but I don't really like to talk about it a lot because people have a certain stigma or judgment about it.
I appreciate you saying that, and I think you're 1,000% right. Here's what I take from it, especially, and again, I want to base or disclaim this, I'm not going against any religion. As a Jew, I love all religions, whatever. But in the past, Christianity specifically and Catholicism has had a sense of autonomy over the self, meaning LGBTQ situation, the abortion issue, the contraceptive issue, the priest issue, which again, everything is getting better.
Again, none of those, that hasn't happened to me in my experiences. It's not everybody, but that's the stigma people feel like it's everybody.
Right,
yeah.
But I think the younger generation in a religion wants to feel like they belong. And if you can't fit in as a trans or queer or pregnant or not wanting to get pregnant person, or a woman in the past where wanted to go up in the line in Christianity, that feels like I don't belong. And that makes me want to be more secular, because that's a God that isn't accepting of who I am and who I was born with. That's a conflict that Christianity and Judaism have to reckon with right now in 2023. The world and social climate is changing. And if they don't change with it, they're going to continue to lose tithing and people in their congregation.
But I agree, but I disagree. I disagree in the sense that I think a lot of people in Hollywood have a strong faith. They're just not attached, like a lot of people in America, to the dogmatism of faith anymore, to the judgment. And I think a lot of people are learning, okay, if I have a LGBTQIA son or daughter, am I comfortable bringing them into this specific church? Right. Now, I will say the church near my old neighborhood was amazing. They had a Black Lives Matter flag. They had a rainbow flag. They were all inclusive. And I think that is beautiful and wonderful. And I think there's a lot of churches out there and synagogues and mosques that are completely all inclusive. But I'm not going to say that a lot of people, I love God. I pray every night. It doesn't mean that I follow the 10 Commandments.
Right.
Every time we watch the Oscars, almost every single one of those celebrities that, even if they're Democratic, will say thank you to God. So I think because people are abandoning organized religion doesn't mean that they're abandoning their spiritual faith with God.
But why does it reflect certain people in a certain way and others you kind of just...
Because it's been politicized, I think, a little bit.
But like Sam said, everyone in Hollywood, they're like, I want to thank God first. But when other people do it, such as Chris Pratt, it's frowned upon, right? I don't know. I don't understand the connection and disconnection.
And that's totally fair. I think people don't like evangelizing, pushing, like you said, on the religion. So if you have someone overdoing it, that turns people off. And I think that's fair to say. Too much dogma.
Point.
Yeah.
Great point. Let's see what our viewers say. 64% of you are a member of a religious organization. 29% no longer, and 7% never was. Interesting. Coming up on DBL, we've got the latest contestant eliminated from The Masked Singer. Who is the celebrity behind the costume? And actress Jennifer Love Hewitt is sharing her insecurities about aging. We're talking all about embracing the thought of getting older next.
Our viewers are talking about DBL.
Yes!
I like that.
Leaves me speechless. I'm like blushing.
Thank you, thank you.
That's emotional.
Do I want to sit there and watch them? Yes, I do.
We got a question not a question, interesting, from Boo. Get this, Boo Music City Kitty. Great name. I feel the way that the country music stars in Nashville don't shy away from their faith as much as the Hollywood stars, in my opinion. That's true.
Yeah. Country. I just think the Country Music Award. You didn't see me.
Totally.
I just think the Country Music Awards do their own thing, and they don't really conform with Hollywood.
Yeah.
And I think there's like maybe not some aggression there, but there's a little tension there. I feel.
What?
It's like CMT Awards. I feel like they kind of do their own thing.
Yeah.
They don't abide by Hollywood's rules, and they kind of do their own thing. So they are a little bit more outgoing religious.
Is it a geographic thing, like Southern,
I don't think
in that way, more observant in terms of that religious?
There's also a big competition because there's other stuff to do now.
Yes.
I mean,
it used to be very social.
I think a lot of people are members of another religion. Like, how many people follow everything Joe Rogan puts out? So he puts out 3 podcasts a week. They're each 4 hours long. So that's 12 hours of you listening to somebody like that. That is your religion.
Right.
Yoga is a lot of people's religion now.
Why didn't you make that point when we were on the air?
Because they were making great points. But yeah,
that's a great point.
But yeah, they're just like, there's a lot of competition to do other stuff now.
That's a fair point.
And so people aren't in church. People are like, I can go rock climbing.
But it doesn't mean
that they don't be a social experience.
Yes.
Right,
That's
yeah.
true, but you
You're
also
like-
have to have, I don't
It
know.
still is for many, but
You
not
know,
as many because of what you're saying.
I would say
You
cooking
gotta
is
make
your
time
religion as
for-
much as, and no disrespect, but like you cook every night because it does something to your spirit, to your soul. You like the process
I hear
of
what
it.
you're saying,
So
but-
like I think there's a lot of people where they take the religion out and that's what their religion
Right,
is.
I think, but in religion, again, I'm not, but there's life lessons involved,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
so
yeah.
if you don't cook one afternoon, there's not like eternal sin.
There's moral
Yeah.
codes.
Welcome back to DBL. Jennifer Love Hewitt recently celebrated her 44th birthday, and her Instagram post is making headlines. She posted this photo along with a caption saying she woke up at 4 a.m. and was 44 years old. She goes on to say that she sometimes is insecure about aging. So, of course, this got us thinking, are you insecure about getting older, and why? Al?
I am not, but you know, I didn't have the same situation Jennifer Love Hewitt did, where she was a teenage heartthrob for a nice chunk of years there, and I think
well into her 30s.
Well into her 30s, yeah. And I think it goes about what we spoke about last week about peaking when you're young. I feel like looking at a picture, she still looks amazing, but to have that peak where you are one of the most popular people on the planet because of how you look, it's hard to watch that slowly go away.
Yeah. I think women have it differently, and I'm just saying that as a general broad brush. I understand.
I think that's fair.
As a disclaimer.
I think that's fair.
I worry a lot, I'll tell you, about this and about this.
Okay. I do say, yes, women might be more aware because of societal pressure to remain a certain age. I mean, we just heard Don Lemon's comment, even though we unpacked it and we had a variety of different feelings. A lot of men go through midlife crises too. So why don't we ever think about that as well?
I think there's just a context to what women were looked at, which is the aesthetic was more important than anything behind the brain. And that's really been in our history for a long time. And I was telling BJ over our technical director, IT director,
no,
that even
be more specific.
Every window screen or every window I go by, I'll look and check quickly, kind of obsessively.
Okay, all right. Well,
we all check ourselves in window screens.
Speaking of getting older, here's something I want you all to think about. What have you enjoyed about aging? BuzzFeed posed this question to their community and got some very interesting responses. One person wrote, there are way fewer men creeping on me. Being left alone is awesome. Another said, buying shoes for comfort, not for fashion. Finally, there's this response, realizing that no one matters other than those utterly dear to you. How refreshing.
Right.
What is one thing that you love about getting older?
Wisdom, right? I'm not the brightest guy, but
Yes,
you
you
also
are.
get some wisdom as you grow older from your past experiences, your mistakes. You learn from them and you become a better person. Society doesn't allow that anymore. You're not allowed to make a mistake. But for me, that's the best part of
The
getting older.
failures almost.
Absolutely.
Yeah, with you, a lot of failures. I totally get it.
What about you?
I was totally kidding.
I know. When you have to look one-on-one in the window screen and really figure out who you are.
That was well done. I was codependent all my life, and I have learned boundaries. And as I get older, it's easy for me to say nope for no reason. I just don't want to do that, and I appreciate you understanding me. And I like friends like you that understand that, and I respect that.
Were you looking at me or Alice?
I was looking at Samantha.
Tori and,
What about Al and I?
Tori and I are in a similar journey where we are just now loving ourselves.
Yep.
And it's because of the work we're doing in therapy. And I would agree with you. At 42 years old, I'm way more confident and have more self-esteem today than I did in my 20s, which is mind-blowing to me. What about you?
I would say just my ability to understand how valuable real friends are. As corny as that sounds, and everybody's like, oh, you're a real friend. I got a bunch of real friends, my buddies from college and the happy hour. And it's like, I think people really are unable to separate friends from drinking buddies. Wow. And when you're unable to do that, the people drinking on your patio are not all your friends. I always say your friends know your mama's name. your mom knows that they exist. They ask questions that don't have to do with them. How are you doing? What should we do about that one problem you had a couple weeks ago? Your other drinking brother's just like, when are we going out again? And I think the line is blurred for a lot of people, and they make mistakes because of that.
Beautiful. Age is a privilege. Aging is a privilege. Coming up on DBL, there was a big reveal last night on The Masked Singer. So who was the comedian behind the rock lobster costume?
It was me.
It was not Al.
DBL is celebrating trailblazers in Black history. We're recognizing some of the first Black Americans to break color barriers in academics. May C. Jemison was the first African-American woman to be admitted into the NASA astronaut training program. This led to her becoming the first Black female astronaut. She flew into space aboard the Endeavour, becoming the first Black woman to travel in outer space.
36 have been accused of spousal abuse. 7 have been arrested for fraud.
This video is going ultra viral with millions of views across TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. It shows a preacher named Mark Bailey rattling off a list of supposed crimes and misdeeds, at first telling his audience he's talking about NFL or NBA athletes.
14 have been arrested on drug-related charges. 8 have been arrested for shoplifting.
But at the end, he shocks the audience by claiming actually these numbers are referring to members of Congress. So are the stats referenced in this video true? Let's verify. Our sources, the Internet Archive and Capitol Hill Blue, a political blog. This is hardly the first time this list of stats has made the rounds. The video itself is from 2012, but the claims made in it are even older than that. They first went viral as part of a decades-old email chain. We can trace their origin all the way back to 1999, when the list was first published by a political blog called Capitol Hill Blue. The anonymous author claimed blog staff had compiled the list through research, but provided no evidence and almost no names of the people they were accusing. The Internet Archive reveals that Capitol Hill Blue later removed the numbers from the article, before eventually deleting the post altogether. But that didn't stop it from going viral. Chain emails circulated widely despite repeated debunking by fact checks in 2000, 2009, and 2014. One eventually made its way to Mark Bailey, who in fact says in the video that he was forwarded the list by his son. But there was no basis for the claims made in the list when it was published in 1999, and there's no basis for it today. We can verify, no, the stats about members of Congress in this video are not true. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
Welcome back. Some exciting unmaskings happened last night on The Masked Singer. Take a look.
Legendary comedian, host, and superstar, Howie Mandel! Oh my gosh!
Woo! The man behind the rock lobster is here to talk all about the big reveal. Please welcome back to the show, Howie Mandel.
Howie, you looked so cool. We were looking at you before we started the interview. We're trying to channel. I feel like our makeup director would say you have zaddy vibes right now.
Zaddy!
You're looking good.
Oh, wow. Well, you know, getting older is something that I'm embracing.
That's what's up. Well,
I'm 67 years old, and what I embrace most is the ability to get up 11 times a night to pee.
I'm coming for you. Well, obviously, you know, you were unmasked on last night's show of the last night's episode of The Masked Singer. So, are you sad you didn't keep going, or are you like, hey, I just had fun? Talk to us.
Devastated. I'm absolutely devastated. You know, singing and dancing is my comfort zone. And I thought I was amazing. I thought I really set a bar that show has not heard before, or even AGT has not heard before. I think that people kind of shy away from uniqueness. The timbre of my voice, the rhythm I have, the way I move.
Well said.
The
He's a beautiful man, and he intimidates people.
He does.
I get it.
He intimidates people. You're right. Ken Jeong is known to be the worst guesser out of the judges. He is horrible, but he does not a good job. But he actually guessed you on the first try. Did that surprise you?
No, what surprised me is that nobody else did. You know, I was on Twitter live when the show was on. All of America, anybody that was on social media went, "Oh, that's Howie Mandel." One note came out, and they went, "That's Howie Mandel." I cannot believe that nobody else guessed me. I feel like it was a transparent suit, that lobster suit.
There was no
And
lobster.
it was very wet on the inside. I'll let you know that. It was dirty. I sweat. I lost 3 pounds in one song.
Ew.
So if anybody, instead of taking Ozempic, what you need to do is you need to put on a lobster suit and sing an ABBA song. You want to lose weight like
First of
that.
all, somebody will definitely do that.
Yeah.
There's a fetish for that. I feel like.
Don't really listen to Howie Mandel about that, please. He's not a
Speak
doctor.
for yourself.
Why, you want people to take Ozempic? No.
Okay, so Howie, the contestants of The Masked Singer have to follow this really strict security protocol to keep their identity secret. What was the weirdest rule that you had to follow?
Well, we weren't allowed to tell anybody, not even family members. So, you know, me being the consummate professional wanted to get into character. So the night before, I didn't even tell my own wife. And the night before, I lied naked in bed and had her swath hot butter over me. And she said, "What is this for?" And now today, she realizes
Now
what
it makes sense.
It totally
makes sense.
Yes.
And now I can wash the butter off.
So, Howie, how did you pick your diet suit, aka the lobster, rock lobster? Do you get to pick that, or do they just give that to you?
They gave it to me. I don't pick it. I didn't pick it. I did not pick it. I never said, they said, "What do you want to be?" I never said I want to be a lobster. And Jew, and lobsters aren't kosher.
They're not
We're
kosher.
Not allowed to eat them. Right. So now having a Jew inside a lobster kind of flips it on
It's a little
its side,
ironic.
Right?
What would you pick? If they said, "Howie, you could be whatever you want," what would you pick?
Ooh, good question.
Oh, anything. The beauty for me, and I think people know I'm a germaphobe, anything that wraps me up, doesn't allow me to see anything, touch anything, or have contact with anything, makes me comfortable. That is the most comfortable I've ever been on any show at any time.
That's funny.
Except maybe this show, because I'm on Zoom.
I was just about to say, now I feel uncomfortable.
All right, well, we have a little hindsight behind us now, so you know, obviously you got unmasked, but looking back on it, is there anything that you would do to throw people off from recognizing you so easily? I messed that last part up. I know I'm gonna hear
I
it.
thought I did perfect. I think I set a bar for myself and any other singer and dancer I see in the future. I'm just sitting here waiting for the phone to ring. There's a halftime show that they're filmed for next year. I think the residency maybe in
Vegas.
Vegas.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know that Ticketmaster has the bandwidth to handle lobster live.
Right, it's the Taylor Swift situation.
There's going to be a record deal because of his vibrato and the texture
But
of
I'm
his
touring.
voice.
This weekend I'm going to be in Florida, but I don't know that I'll be singing. I'm doing stand-up comedy.
Well, let me ask you about singing. You're not necessarily known to be a singer, but what was it like singing in front of 400 people? Was it easier, obviously, with the lobster? Was that easier, and do you enjoy singing?
I enjoy singing. Singing is my jam. Singing is my comfort zone. Singing and dancing is what I do. I don't know if you know this. I'm on TikTok. I've got over 10 million followers.
What?
People watch me every day sing and dance for 15 seconds. So the opportunity to do it for longer than 15 seconds was a dream come true.
Nice.
Yeah, singing and dancing. Well, but you see, it says being on the Unmasked on the Singer on your little banner below.
Yep. Yeah.
It's Howie Mandel, singer dancer.
Yes.
Next time you're on, we'll get that right.
That will be your Chiron from now on.
Yeah, the timbre of his voice.
Yeah, exactly. I know. We appreciate you, Howie.
And your vibrato.
I know.
And what's wrong with vibrato?
Because you've never said that word in 6 seasons. Sam.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, you don't need to
Excuse
see this.
me.
I bring things out in people. That's the beauty of me.
Thank you, Howie. Thank you. We love when you
I'm looking at myself on screen. I look
handsome.
older than Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Way to bring it back. Way to bring it back.
Howie, we love when you stop by. DBL Nation, be sure to catch The Masked Singer Wednesday nights on Fox. We'll be right back. Bye,
Thanks, Howie.
Bye, Howie. Sorry.
In the beginning, what we know as Black History Month was only a week. Let's connect the dots. In 1926, Harvard-trained historian Carter G. Woodson got a group together looking for ways to celebrate the accomplishments and the history of Black Americans in public schools. They focused their efforts on the second week of February. Why? It coordinated with the birthdays of two important Americans, President Abraham Lincoln and activist Frederick Douglass. At first, they got a lukewarm response across the country. In fact, North Carolina was one of only 3 states that participated that first year. It was decades later during the civil rights movement in the 60s that the week turned into a month. And in 1976, President Gerald Ford officially designated February as Black History Month. Now, nearly 100 years after it started in North Carolina classrooms, it's a reminder Black history and Black achievement can be celebrated by all of us all year long. And that is Connecting the Dots.
When you take a look at the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, you will see from the latest data in 2021, North Carolina had 179 fatal workplace injuries. It ranks among the top 10 states when it comes to deadly injuries on the job. However, looking at the North Carolina Department of Labor, they state in 2021 there were 49 workplace fatalities. So why such a big difference? To get answers, we went to Josh Dobson, the North Carolina Department of Labor Commissioner and the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Dobson tells us there are a lot of differences when it comes to what the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics counts versus what the North Carolina Department of Labor counts as workplace deaths.
What we don't count are medical emergencies when people unfortunately pass away while they're at work, heart attacks, particularly strokes, in rare cases, but it happens, suicides.
He says they also don't count the number of roadway accidents that happen outside of a work zone.
So we count basically what falls under our jurisdiction.
OSHA will come to all workplace death investigations at first, but only take over certain investigations. Dobson says if OSHA takes over an investigation at the federal level, the state would not include that in their data.
Maritime accidents, things like that. I think railroad accidents also is what they investigate. So those are the things that federal OSHA would investigate that they would count that we wouldn't count.
The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics has yet to release 2022 work-related deaths, but the North Carolina Department of Labor's numbers for last year show the state saw more work-related deaths compared to 2021, with 63 in 2022. Construction saw the highest death rate with 15 deaths in the workplace. Dobson says they are continuing their special emphasis program to help decrease deaths at the workplace in our state. With your Verify Fact Check, I'm Megan Bragg.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter answers your questions, clarifies what's true and false, and even includes a daily fun fact. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Today's sandals word of the day is swim. Watch DBL every day for a word of the day. Then enter at dailyblastlive.com/sandals for your chance to win a 4-day, 3-night escape for 2 to beautiful Jamaica. The winner will be announced on DBL March 1st.
Here's what's coming up next on DBL. Choreographer and singer Paula Abdul will be here live, and we are checking in with our own Erica Cobb, who is in LA for the NAACP Image Awards. We'll see what she's been up to ahead of the big show this weekend.
Electric vehicles are growing in popularity, and people looking to buy one are wondering how much they'll cost to use. Verify viewer Mary emailed us to help put the amount of energy EVs take to charge in perspective with other appliances. So Mary, let's verify. Does charging an electric vehicle use a similar amount of electricity as other home appliances? Our sources are the U.S. Department of Energy, Tesla, Kelley Blue Book, and Silicon Valley Power. This answer needs context. Some home appliances use a similar amount of electricity to electric vehicles, but it depends on the appliance and the EV. Here's how the math breaks down. The average person drives about 14,000 miles a year. The Tesla Model Y, which was the best-selling EV in 2022, needs around 1/4 kilowatt-hour to charge per mile. That's the same as a Chevy Bolt. That means it takes roughly 4,000 kilowatt-hours to charge the car for the year. Now, let's compare that to some household appliances. A washing machine run 3 times a week uses between 60 and 215 kilowatt hours a year. An average water heater uses around 3,500 kilowatt hours a year, But a central AC unit for a large home can use more energy than the Model Y at closer to 5,000 kilowatt hours annually. But these are rough numbers. Different EVs and appliances are more efficient than others, and all of the numbers depend on how you drive and how you use your appliances at home. For a more detailed analysis of what we found and to see how EVs compare to other appliances, go to verifythis.com. With you on Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
They're already arguing.
Not true.
Okay.
Friendly banter.
It's yoga breath.
Welcome to DBL. All right, so Jennifer Lopez is being accused of using a face filter. OMG.
How dare
Say it
she.
isn't so. A TikTok user claims the filter J-Lo was using failed when she leans into the camera. I got to see this. Okay, so she's leaning into the camera. And they say, as you look at it, that she once had a filter and then her forehead and under eye lines are then visible when she leans in, but then when she leans out, her skin's flawless again. Okay, so here's another look at J-Lo's face before and after. J-Lo is 53. She has not responded to the claim.
See any
her.
I don't see
Should've
one shred of this, and I have to say, I don't love that people are circling parts of Jennifer Lopez's face.
Yeah.
I just think at some point, no, I'm not saying our show, I'm saying we're pointing it out in a sort of sarcastic way.
Who did that?
No, I mean, on TikTok, people are going crazy. If I'm a 12-year-old pimply, non-breasted girl, what chance do I have if people can't even let J-Lo
You just described me at 12.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's okay.
But, I mean, it's
I think a lot of people were like that, right?
Yeah, but I'm simply saying, too, is...
But is there a responsibility for J-Lo, who is touting a skincare line, to be real and not use a filter?
When she's selling her skincare line, and she's been very transparent. I've watched her get ready with me, and she's barefaced, and you can see what she does to cover the wrinkles. So I don't see this, and I don't like the dissection of the women. She's the same age Blanche was supposed to be in Golden Girls. J-Lo, 53. Look how good she looks. Let's just celebrate that.
But I don't know. I'm curious about the word responsibility. I mean, when you're trying to sell makeup products or you're trying to sell a sugary kid cereal, you need to make it as presentable as possible to your potential customer. Unfortunately, with capitalism, we cannot go with responsibility and other words that make you seem regal. You're trying to sell and move these products, and I feel like whatever she needs to do to look how she's looking is working. So the idea, if she can't use a filter, then can Elle magazine?
No, in the Danish people, Denmark, I believe, they're
No,
not,
here in the States.
I know, but I'm just saying they are not allowed to advertise without saying there is a filter on this, and that would be kind of interesting.
Okay. Well, we're going to switch
I'd like
gears.
to hear that come back out.
We have something really cool.
Have her come
You
back to the
excited for
Danes.
this? We're switching gears, Al. You'll be very happy.
All right.
Okay, so to our viewers, you may have noticed that our very own Erica Cobb hasn't been on our show the past couple of days. There's a reason why. Erica is in LA, getting ready for the NAACP Image Awards. She's nominated, of course, for Outstanding Society and Culture Podcast. So before we chat with her, let's take a look at her week so far.
Ooh.
Just landed in LA. Mom and Dad are here. Yay! Welcome to LA. I'm at the NAACP Image Awards week. We are actually at the Grammy Museum. It is not lost on me how many people came before me in order to open doors for me to be here today. Work it just like me. I am doing my final fitting with Sir Algernon. Strutting, you a VIP. I'm just nervous about all the cake that I ate for my birthday. I want to make sure that I can still fit into this dress.
Does it feel different to you?
Yeah, it feels looser. I feel so confident about this look. This was a partnership with myself and Sir Algernon. Shout out to Haley as well. It's coming together, and I am going to do the thing.
Ooh, to get the latest on what's happening this weekend, Erica joins us from Los Angeles.
Yeah! Hi, guys. I miss you.
Hi, Kavi. We miss you too. What's been your absolute?
She looks fabulous.
Yeah, you look fantastic.
You look amazing. It's very true. Very. What's been your favorite thing this week, Erica?
Just all the community. I mean, obviously the celebration of Black excellence, but I also got an opportunity to honor a friend of mine who has really been, she passed away. And for some reason, lately I've been feeling a lot from her. And so I did this ceremony, and it turned out that it was actually the day that she passed away. Like,
no way.
The anniversary of her death. So I feel like I'm very grounded right now. There's something happening.
Yeah, there's a good energy. Good energy, yeah.
I feel good vibes, E. I feel good vibes. You're sending them our way. But what's on the schedule for you today? What does it look like?
Well, my dad, who is back here. You can come up, Dad.
Wait, tell him we need to see that suit.
Let's see it.
Look how clean he is.
He has a suit on.
Stop it. Look at it. Stop it.
Yes.
What's up,
Roosevelt
brother?
Cobb, everyone. We are going to the fashion show. So Dad's going to leave with a modeling contract.
Yes.
And my mother's back there. We're going tomorrow to the award show dinner. So my family's here. My mom's hiding behind a wall for some reason.
Listen, Roosevelt is the most handsome man in America. I gotta give it to him. There he is. I love him. I love him. Erica, sticking with the good vibes. Your family's there. I feel the energy. You have your winning speech ready.
My speech?
Winning.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Your winning speech. Your acceptance speech for winning the award.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm like, what? I'm writing a speech because I just think that's good luck. It's like manifesting, you know? So, of course, I'm going to thank y'all first, you know?
Absolutely. Now, you have 2 red carpet events.
Why are you reading that like it's not your friend?
Okay, we're going to do this because, Erica, I was about to read it like a square because I get yelled at for asking all my questions. But you know what, Erica? I wanted to ask your dad something. Can you bring him on camera really quickly?
Roosevelt. Oh.
You want to ask Dad something?
I do.
What? He can hear you. What are you going to... What do you need to ask my father?
I obviously have a daughter as well, and as a father, I just want to know what you're feeling in this moment, looking at your daughter and looking at where she is right now.
Oh. Tell him to get close to Erica's mic.
I'll have to wait and get my head around that one.
He doesn't want to speak. He said he has to wait and get his head around it.
He's proud.
Yeah, y'all were looking for that TV moment, weren't you?
Yeah.
You know us over
You
here.
know me. Honestly, I was supposed to ask you about your red carpet events, but you know, just looking at your dad, I mean, that is, you talk about Erica. We are already immersed in everything that is Erica, but as a father, I just look at your dad, and I realize the work he put in to be sitting next to you. So well done by both of you guys. We're proud of you. We're cheering for you, and we know you're gonna kill it this weekend.
Oh, that's beautiful.
You already won, girl. You already won.
Erica, we love you. We are so proud of you. And you said that, Jeff, that she was giving us good vibes. We are now throwing all our good vibes on you, girl.
Well, don't shove them at her.
Why can't I?
You give them to her. You don't shove it.
I'm throwing it.
You present them.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Erica,
You guys are
nothing's
not dropping
changed
food at
over
my
here.
house.
Nothing.
I love y'all so much. I appreciate you all so much. And I'm hoping to come back with some very good news and new hardware.
Yeah. We love you, girl.
Okay, to our viewers, be sure to tune in Monday. We'll have a recap of Erica's action-packed weekend with some hardware.
And my weekend, too.
Thank you, Erica. We love you.
Yeah.
Coming up on DBL, Paula Abdul will be here live. We can't wait to talk with her. Coming up next. It's a new year, and DBL is all the talk.
Let's get it going.
We had a lot to talk about last year.
I'm flexing every day.
And we're not stopping in 2023.
So we were calling Al out because when Al asked a question, he goes, well, let me ask you this, kind of formal. And we were like, it's Erica. Like, just ask her the question. But that was very sweet of you to do.
That was sweet.
That was
Al,
very
what's
sweet.
going on in your life that you kind of...
Yeah, emotional.
It's a good thing, but you're reaching for those tearjerker moments.
Oh, it's not even that. It's just like, you know, you watch your kids. Bro, wait till both of you guys.
No, I hear you. I hear
to
you.
see
You're
your
going
kids.
for one right now.
No, to see your kids like grow up. You know, my son got first place in a debate contest last night.
No way.
Yeah, and it's like.
Who? Elijah?
Yeah, to the point where like me and my ex-wife were talking about sending him to like a school of the arts like he did.
Oh, really?
He's like
Thank you, honey bear.
Off the chart. You said that though forever.
Yeah, and
you
he's
know
just
this.
like a stunningly good-looking person to the point where I hate him. And you know, I just I see them becoming adults, and like, so I see myself more as Erica's dad now than like a dad with young kids. So maybe that's where it's coming from.
Okay.
But yeah, exciting time.
Do I have to say all the Jackson stuff?
You guys, look at
so
this.
As the choreographer, can I be like,
I wish
Paula,
I had
you're
this. All I have
famous.
is a
We all-
lanyard.
we were on
Where do
last
I get
time.
one of these?
You know the
Derek.
story from the Lakers.
Oh, our
When was
security
your
guard. Isn't this
aha
fun?
moment, or I made it.
What do you have?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, no way. Taylor's also got one. Oh, I'm like on the my kids on the rowing machine. Can I Amazon this? Do you ever do it and be like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, probably me too.
They told me they were out, but they weren't really out. They just didn't want me snapping. Okay, I'll get some more. Because all day I would just.
Also, I am in looking for a new iPhone case. Is it cool anymore to have a busy iPhone case? Are you supposed? Okay, or are you supposed to have like a plain one?
No, you're supposed to have like a cool one like this. And it secretly says total mess because I'm a total mess.
Oh, mine's just black.
Whoa.
Welcome back. From Lakers girl to successful choreographer and singer, she's straight up done it all, and now she's here to tell us all about her next smash hit and new athleisure line. Paula Abdul, welcome to DBL.
Thank you so much. I cannot believe I'm speaking to you, man. Straight up, now tell me, Paula, you have collaborated with Smash and Tess for a new athleisure collection. Why did you want to work with them specifically, Smash and Tess?
Well, I met Ashley Freeborn, who's the CEO, and we hit it off right away. She's Canadian. My mother's whole side of the family's Canadian. What I love about her and her company is that they celebrate women, they cheerlead for women, and it's all about inclusivity, which has always been so important to me.
I love that. And you got a little, what, Pomeranian next to you? A little
Frison? Pigeon frisé? The doggy?
Oh, she's a Cavapuchon. Her name's Penny Lane, and then this is Batman.
Oh, how cute. I love it. And I have to say, you know, the pieces from your collection, I love the long sleeve romper. There's so many things in there that just look like buttery soft, and like it'll give you the confidence to work out. What items in the collection are you telling your friends to buy?
Well, I'm loving hearing what my fans are buying. I mean, everyone has a different favorite, but you hit it on the nail. The fabrication is so incredibly soft, but firm in all the right areas that hold your body and massage your muscles. But like the zip up hoodie it's called the Love Me Up jumper. And the two pieces, the boot cut pants, the crop tops. I love the jumper that has my inspirational messaging that says, be electrifying, create a spark out of life, and it's a big lightning bolt.
I love that.
Yeah.
Affirmations are powerful.
Yeah.
They are, especially if you could touch, see, and feel and be reminded.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Speaking of lightning bolts, Paula, let's go back to the 80s. I mean, we know your story with the Lakers, your perseverance with that. You worked with the Jacksons. But for you, what was your I made it moment after all those struggles?
You know, it's just for me, I was always like, I was born 3 months premature, weighing 2.8 pounds. I had a mass for lungs, a broken windpipe. I spent the first 3 years of my life mostly fainted, and I had terrible hip dysplasia. And for dancing, you need to have turned out hips. I had turned in hips with braces. And so everything about my life and my career has been pretty astonishing and quite a story, because I've never been one who was meant to be what I became, a singer or a dancer. And it just shows, you know, when you are somehow aligned with their heart space and passion, miracles happen. And I was always a tenacious little fighter.
I love that. And, you know, honestly, Paula, you're not just a singer and a dancer. You are woven into this country's pop culture fabric, especially your song, because it's been 34 years since Straight Up went #1. And how does that make you feel that it still resonates with so many people, including the 4 people on this panel today?
I feel extremely grateful, and I look at my youngest fans.
Oh.
Yes.
No, but it's a pinch me moment always. You know, I never take anything for granted, and to know that it still resonates with people. And now the TikTok generation is having a blast with my music. Just makes me feel great.
For a full year at Recess, I created a cold-hearted snake dance with my best friend Lauren Thaler. Cold-hearted snake, look into his eyes. So I just really want to thank you.
Sorry.
Absolutely. Because we all grew up with it.
He's been telling lies.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Little break. I texted my best friend. I'm like, Paul was
the best. I know.
You did. I don't know if people know this. You choreographed the wedding dance scene in Coming to America. Unbelievable.
Iconic.
How were
A lot
you?
of people don't even realize
I
that.
know.
I knew
How
that.
were you able to create such a credible African dance routine? Because it's different moves. Tell us about it.
You know, it was a make-believe place. You know, it was Zamunda. So I knew that. For me, it's just creating what I would think African dancing meets, you know, popular hip hop and street moves. So it's funny because I created that, and that's been the staple and template for African dance for all these years later.
So talented.
Unbelievable.
So talented.
So humble, though.
I know, very humble. Paula, you've been in the spotlight for over 30 years, and we've talked about aging in the industry many times. We talked about it today as well. How do you stay motivated to keep going in an industry that is tougher on women aging?
Of course, 100% tougher on women aging. For me, I've been lucky and fortunate to have dance in my life for my whole adult life, plus always mentoring younger people. It keeps me young, and I try to never take myself too seriously. Yeah. And just, you know, try to stay in the path of walking forward in gratitude and laughing at yourself and being surrounded by people of like mind.
That's why you've had such longevity. You are so grounded. How refreshing. Paula, thank you so much for joining us on DBL today. To our viewers, you can check out the Smash and Test Paula Abdul collection at smashtest.com. So soft. So soft.
Dreamy.
I know. We'll be right back. Thank you so much, Paula.
Thanks, Paula.
Congratulations.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
"36 have been accused of spousal abuse. 7 have been arrested for fraud.
This video is going ultra viral with millions of views across TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. It shows a preacher named Mark Bailey rattling off a list of supposed crimes and misdeeds, at first telling his audience he's talking about NFL or NBA athletes.
14 have been arrested on drug-related charges. 8 have been arrested for shoplifting.
But at the end, he shocks the audience by claiming actually these numbers are referring to members of Congress. So are the stats referenced in this video true? Let's verify. Our sources, the Internet Archive and Capitol Hill Blue, a political blog. This is hardly the first time this list of stats has made the rounds. The video itself is from 2012, but the claims made in it are even older than that. They first went viral as part of a decades-old email chain. We can trace their origin all the way back to 1999, when the list was first published by a political blog called Capitol Hill Blue. The anonymous author claimed blog staff had compiled the list through research, but provided no evidence and almost no names of the people they were accusing. The Internet Archive reveals that Capitol Hill Blue later removed the numbers from the article, before eventually deleting the post altogether. But that didn't stop it from going viral. Chain emails circulated widely despite repeated debunking by fact checks in 2000, 2009, and 2014. One eventually made its way to Mark Bailey, who in fact says in the video that he was forwarded the list by his son. But there was no basis for the claims made in the list when it was published in 1999, and there's no basis for it today. We can verify, no, the stats about members of Congress in this video are not true. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
Welcome back. We've got some great products from our friends at Morning Save. Check them out.
Steph, I'm in the mood for shopping. What do we have?
Hello, Tori, and hey, DBL Nation. Guess what? I'm super excited to show off the deals today, and some of them are just right up my alley. I can't wait to show them off, so let's check everything out. First up, we've got the Cheer Collection 7-piece stackable airtight food storage set. So this deal includes 1 tall container with a lid, 2 medium containers with a lid, 2 small containers with lids, 2 mini containers with lids, labels, and a marker.
I love labels.
And we've got lots of different colours. We've got white, mint, blue, and black. So these can be used to store knickknacks or office supplies too. Normally, this collection is $80, but we've got it for just $24.99, which saves 69%.
If you have dogs, this is good for dog bones, dog treats, because it keeps it air safe.
So our next product, this is one of my favorite things we've had. I love it. It's the Karma Beauty 3-piece travel hair tool set. So this deal includes 1 flat iron, 1 curling wand, and 1 styling comb. They're available in 2 different color options. So we've got rose gold, and I love this unicorn colored set.
Groovy.
So you might be going off on a fabulous vacation, but let's be honest, all of your tools are massive. They take up so much space, whereas these are going to fit into any of your luggage with ease. Normally, it's $259, Tori, but we've got it for just $39.99, which is saving 85%.
Ring me up too, my friend. 2 in unicorn.
I love this. This color palette is so cute. I think this is going to make such a good gift for any girlfriends too. I love this.
Bridesmaids gifts. Great idea.
Up next, we've got the 6-pack of Power Practical Motion Sensor lights. So this deal includes 6 light strips motion sensor and 2 of these snazzy little remotes. So you can install these really easily yourself with no damage, and you can put them under things like your kitchen cabinets, in your bathrooms, around your mirrors, stairways, or as a TV backlight. You name it, you can do it. And plus there's a motion sensor that will automatically turn on when you enter the room. So normally this pack is $66. We've got it for $24.99, so that's saving up to 62%. I'm really clumsy and I really trip and fall a lot, and so under the stairs is really good at night, so you're not turning on a huge light, but you can see where you're going. Exactly. So that for me is a big win.
Okay, good.
Now, our last product, always love sparkles. Diamonds are a girl's best friend, and we've got everything for you guys today. It's the Tamborat half-carat micro pave plated inside-out oval hoop earring.
Cute.
So this deal includes 1 pair of gorgeous earrings available in 14-carat gold-plated, 14 rose gold plated, and 14 karat white gold plated. Check out the shining cubic zirconia featured on the interior and exterior of these earrings. And it's no surprise that these are a customer favorite on Morning Save. We've got no big markups. We're just closely working with the vendor to bring you the best diamond deals.
I love that.
Normally these are $90, but right now they are $19.99, saving up to 78%. These are really classy. They're going to look great. You can dress them up,
or dress them down,
with jeans and a t-shirt, and you're going to look really chic.
I love that. And great, $19.99, whatever. That's amazing. Everyone, head on over to morningsave.com. We're going to snag all these amazing deals at the lowest prices, or you can even scan the QR code on screen. That will take you directly to these products on Morning Save's website. Steph, thank you so much. We'll be right back.
In the beginning, what we know as Black History Month was only a week. Let's connect the dots. In 1926, Harvard-trained historian Carter G. Woodson got a group together looking for ways to celebrate the accomplishments and the history of Black Americans in public schools. They focused their efforts on the second week of February. Why? It coordinated with the birthdays of 2 important Americans, President Abraham Lincoln and activist Frederick Douglass. At first, they got a lukewarm response across the country. In fact, North Carolina was one of only 3 states that participated that first year. It was decades later, during the Civil Rights Movement in the 60s, that the week turned into a month. And in 1976, President Gerald Ford officially designated February as Black History Month. Now, nearly 100 years after it started in North Carolina classrooms, It's a reminder Black history and Black achievement can be celebrated by all of us all year long. And that is Connecting the Dots.
When you take a look at the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, you will see from the latest data in 2021, North Carolina had 179 fatal workplace injuries. It ranks among the top 10 states when it comes to deadly injuries on the job. However, looking at the North Carolina Department of Labor, they state in 2021 there were 49 workplace fatalities. So why such a big difference? To get answers, we went to Josh Dobson, the North Carolina Department of Labor Commissioner and the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Dobson tells us there are a lot of differences when it comes to what the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics counts versus what the North Carolina Department of Labor counts as workplace deaths.
What we don't count are medical emergencies when people unfortunately pass away while they're at work, heart attacks, particularly strokes, in rare cases, but it happens, suicides.
He says they also don't count the number of roadway accidents that happen outside of a work zone.
So we count basically what falls under our jurisdiction.
OSHA will come to all workplace death investigations at first, but only take over certain investigations. Dobson says if OSHA takes over an investigation at the federal level, the state would not include that in their data.
Maritime accidents, things like that. I think railroad accidents also is what they investigate. So those are the things that federal OSHA would investigate that they would count that we wouldn't count.
The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics has yet to release 2022 work-related deaths, but the North Carolina Department of Labor's numbers for last year show the state saw more work-related deaths compared to 2021, with 63 in 2022. Construction saw the highest death rate with 15 deaths in the workplace. Dobson says they are continuing their special emphasis program to help decrease deaths at the workplace in our state. With your Verify Fact Check, I'm Megan Bragg.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter answers your questions, clarifies what's true and false, and even includes a daily fun fact. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
DBL puts the fun in funky in a special 70s episode celebrating entertainment from this fabulous decade. Suzanne Summers gets real about that Three's Company controversy, and Bo Derek spills the tea about that 10 moment that made her a cinematic sex symbol. Plus, Rick Springfield pulls back the curtain on the inspiration behind his hit song Jesse's Girl, tomorrow only on DBL. Okay, so of course we have a lot of comments in regard to Paula. Everyone's so excited to see her, but we also have a lot of comments in regard to Erica's dad.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Okay, here's just a couple. So Jay Kim says, wow, Erica's dad is so handsome.
Stunning.
And then we have a number of comments wishing Erica good luck. So Erica, on behalf of all of us here, we wish you luck. We are so proud of you.
Yes.
Any comments about me?
Just check real quick. No, there's not.
There is
Didn't
not.
Paula look the exact same?
What is her secret?
I don't know. She's dancing.
Yeah. Like that?
That's how she dances.
You should be a choreographer.
DBL's new every day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
This Friday, DBL puts the fun in funky in a special 70s episode celebrating entertainment from this fabulous decade. Suzanne Summers gets real about that Three's Company controversy, and Bo Derek spills the tea about that 10 moment that made her a cinematic sex symbol. Plus, Rick Springfield pulls back the curtain on the inspiration behind his hit song Jesse's Girl. They're all joining us live this Friday on DBL.
talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
Mark Wahlberg opens up about having a strong faith in Hollywood, how he says religion helped shape his career despite it not being the popular choice. Do you have an insecurity about aging? Why are some going against the norm by sharing what they love about growing older? Paula Abdul will be here live. From her biggest hits to choreographing for some of the best in the business, she's reflecting on her decades-long career. And we've got the latest contestant eliminated from The Masked Singer. Who was behind the rock lobster costume? Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
We are starting today with Mark Wahlberg. He's not here live.
Oh, I was like,
That would be amazing.
Did you think he was about to come in?
Why would you do that to us?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean
I thought
to.
he was going to come out the back.
No, he was on the Today Show yesterday, which was Ash Wednesday, and he talked a lot about his Catholic faith and how it's helped him over the years. But he also said something interesting about faith in general in Hollywood. Take a listen.
I don't want to jam it down anybody's throat, but I do not deny my faith. That's an even bigger sin. You know, it's not popular in my industry, but, you know, I cannot deny my faith.
All right, so let's talk about this. Do you think he is right that faith is not popular in Hollywood? And what does that really mean for all of us who watch Hollywood movies and TV shows? You brought this up on our show, Jeff.
Yeah, a lot, but I don't like to jam it down anyone's throat, just like Mark said, right? Mark, we're friends. Yeah.
Marky Mark.
But so
You call him M-Dub.
that's right.
You
that's
guys
right.
did bond when we interviewed.
We did, and we have the same birthday.
Oh,
and we're both Catholic.
Oh.
But I did not go get my ashes. So that's what that was on his head. It's a sign for the beginning of Lent for people that don't know. But as far as Hollywood goes, the movies that I've been in, a handful, 3, they're all faith-based films. And there's a big market for that, of people wanting that. It's a very niche market. I don't think big Hollywood touches it. I mean, you see it on Lifetime, you see it once in a while. But that faith-based film industry is an industry that people have a want for out there.
Right. I mean, this is what I was talking about with capitalism really quickly. Tori, you always talk about Third Love, the bra company. Victoria's Secret didn't want to make bras for larger chested women. Here comes another company. People didn't want to talk to people in the Midwest. Here comes the Blue Collar Comedy Tour. People didn't want to talk to black folks. Here comes Tyler Perry. Here comes Kings of Comedy. People, there was no Asians in Hollywood. Crazy Rich Asians. There's a market for this, and once they realize there's a market, more films come, just like with Christianity.
Well, let's continue the conversation because this got us thinking about a number of things. Like, for instance, what's going on with faith and religion in general in America. Belief in God has fallen pretty dramatically over the past 50 years. So as of 2022, 81% of Americans said they believe in God. Now compare that, though, to 1965, when 97% held that same belief. Now, meantime, membership at churches, synagogues, and mosques are also way down. In 2020, less than 50% of Americans belong to a religious organization. Compare that to 1958, when 73% of Americans were members. Now, meantime, all across the country, churches are closing in record numbers, with more than 4,500 Protestant churches shutting their doors in 2019 alone. So here's the big question. Why do you think faith and religion is on the decline like this? So DBL Nation, always want to hear from you. Are you a member of a religious organization? Please go to dblvote.com. Let us know. What would you say?
So for me, faith is a big part of my life. Even though I didn't get my ashes, I go to church sparingly, like here and there, Christmas and Easter and things like that. I pray every single night for decades. I don't push religion on anybody. I don't care what you believe in. It works for me. And I'm going to put that onto my sons as well, because it gives you something to believe in that's not textile, that's not tangible, just like your dreams. You got to believe in something bigger, and it also corrects the path that you're on, right? It's good for you. If you start straying away from the path, start thinking, treat others like you want to be treated, those are good lessons to learn. It's not a negative thing, but in Hollywood, it's become this scarlet letter. Even talking about it right now, because I'm Catholic, I went to CCD, which is a Catholic church you go to after school. I've been confirmed, baptized, all that. But the stigma around the Catholic Church almost leaves people with a bad taste in their mouth when I say I'm Catholic. Kind of like the Chris Pratt theory. He's religion, but he's Christian. He hasn't really come out with his political stance, but people assume maybe because you're religious, you're somehow Republican, and maybe that's the bad taste people have. I don't know what it is, but I don't really like to talk about it a lot because people have a certain stigma or judgment about it.
I appreciate you saying that, and I think you're 1,000% right. Here's what I take from it, especially, and again, I want to base or disclaim this, I'm not going against any religion. As a Jew, I love all religions, whatever. But in the past, Christianity specifically and Catholicism has had a sense of autonomy over the self, meaning LGBTQ situation, the abortion issue, the contraceptive issue, the priest issue, which again, everything is getting better.
Again, none of those, that hasn't happened to me in my experiences. It's not everybody, but that's the stigma people feel like it's everybody.
Right,
yeah.
But I think the younger generation in a religion wants to feel like they belong. And if you can't fit in as a trans or queer or pregnant or not wanting to get pregnant person, or a woman in the past where wanted to go up in the line in Christianity, that feels like I don't belong. And that makes me want to be more secular, because that's a God that isn't accepting of who I am and who I was born with. That's a conflict that Christianity and Judaism have to reckon with right now in 2023. The world and social climate is changing. And if they don't change with it, they're going to continue to lose tithing and people in their congregation.
But I agree, but I disagree. I disagree in the sense that I think a lot of people in Hollywood have a strong faith. They're just not attached, like a lot of people in America, to the dogmatism of faith anymore, to the judgment. And I think a lot of people are learning, okay, if I have a LGBTQIA son or daughter, am I comfortable bringing them into this specific church? Right. Now, I will say the church up near my old neighborhood was amazing. They had a Black Lives Matter flag. They had a rainbow flag. They were all inclusive. And I think that is beautiful and wonderful. And I think there's a lot of churches out there and synagogues and mosques that are completely all inclusive. But I'm not going to say that a lot of people, I love God. I pray every night. It doesn't mean that I follow the 10 Commandments. Every time we watch the Oscars, almost every single one of those celebrities that, even if they're Democratic, will say thank you to God. So I think because people are abandoning organized religion doesn't mean that they're abandoning their spiritual faith with God.
But why does it reflect certain people in a certain way and others you kind of just...
Because it's been politicized, I think, a little bit.
But like Sam said, everyone in Hollywood, they're like, I want to thank God first. But when other people do it, such as Chris Pratt, it's frowned upon, right? I don't know. I don't understand the connection and disconnection.
And that's totally fair. I think people don't like evangelizing, pushing, like you said, on the religion. So if you have someone overdoing it, that turns people off. And I think that's fair to say. Too much dogma.
Point.
Yeah.
Great point. Let's see what our viewers say. 64% of you are a member of a religious organization. 29% no longer, and 7% never was. Interesting. Coming up on DBL, we've got the latest contestant eliminated from The Masked Singer. Who is the celebrity behind the costume? And actress Jennifer Love Hewitt is sharing her insecurities about aging. We're talking all about embracing the thought of getting older next.
Our viewers are talking about DBL.
Yes!
I like that.
Leaves me speechless. I'm like blushing.
Thank you, thank you. That's emotional. Do I want to sit there and watch them? Yes, I do.
We got a question not a question, interesting, from Boo, get this, Boo Music City Kitty. Great name. I feel the way that the country music stars in Nashville don't shy away from their faith as much as the Hollywood stars, in my opinion. That's true.
Yeah. Country. I just think the Country Music Award. You didn't see me.
Totally.
I just think the Country Music Awards do their own thing, and they don't really conform with Hollywood.
Yeah.
And I think there's like maybe not some aggression there, but there's a little tension there. I feel.
What?
It's like CMT Awards, I feel like they kind of do their own thing.
Yeah.
They don't abide by Hollywood's rules, and they kind of do their own thing. So they are a little bit more outgoing religious.
Is it a geographic thing, like Southern, in that way, more observant in terms of that religious?
There's also a big competition because there's other stuff to do now.
Yes.
I mean,
it used to be very social.
I think a lot of people are members of another religion. Like, how many people follow everything Joe Rogan puts out? So he puts out 3 podcasts a week. They're each 4 hours long. So that's 12 hours of you listening to somebody like that. that is your religion.
Right.
Yoga is a lot of people's religion now.
Why didn't you make that point when we were on there?
Because they were making great points. But yeah,
that's a great point.
But yeah, they're just like, there's a lot of competition to do other stuff now.
That's a fair point.
And so people aren't in church. People are like, I can go rock climbing.
But it doesn't mean
that it used to be a social experience.
Yes.
Right?
That's
yeah.
true, but
You're
you also have to have, I don't
It
know.
still is for many, but
You
not
know,
as many because of what you're saying.
I would say
You gotta
cooking is
make
your
time
religion as
for-
much as, and no disrespect, but like you cook every night because it does something to your spirit, to your soul. You like the process
I hear
of
what
it.
you're saying,
So
but-
like I think there's a lot of people where they take the religion out and that's what their religion
Right,
is.
I think, but in religion, again, I'm not, but there's life lessons involved,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
so
yeah.
if you don't cook one afternoon, there's not like eternal sin.
There's moral
Yeah.
codes.
Welcome back to DBL. Jennifer Love Hewitt recently celebrated her 44th birthday, and her Instagram post is making headlines. She posted this photo along with a caption saying she woke up at 4 a.m. and was 44 years old. She goes on to say that she sometimes is insecure about aging. So, of course, this got us thinking, are you insecure about getting older, and why? Al?
I am not, but you know, I didn't have the same situation Jennifer Love Hewitt did, where she was a teenage heartthrob for a nice chunk of years there, and I think
well into her 30s.
Well into her 30s, yeah. And I think it goes about what we spoke about last week about peaking when you're young. I feel like looking at pictures, she still looks amazing, but to have that peak where you are one of the most popular people on the planet because of how you look, it's hard to watch that slowly go away.
Yeah. I think women have it differently, and I'm just saying that as a general broad brush. I understand.
think that's fair.
As a disclaimer.
I think that's fair.
I worry a lot, I'll tell you, about this and about this.
Okay. I do say, yes, women might be more aware because of societal pressure to remain a certain age. I mean, we just heard Don Lemon's comment, even though we unpacked it and we have a variety of different feelings. A lot of men go through midlife crises too. So why don't we ever think about that as well?
I think there's just a context to what women were looked at, which is the aesthetic was more important than anything behind the brain, and that's really been in our history for a long time. And I was telling BJ over our technical director, IT director,
No,
that even
be more specific.
every window screen or every window I go by, I'll look and check quickly, kind of obsessively.
Okay. All right. Well,
We all check ourselves in window screens.
Speaking of getting older, here's something I want you all to think about. What have you enjoyed about aging? BuzzFeed posed this question to their community and got some very interesting responses. One person wrote, there are way fewer men creeping on me. Being left alone is awesome. Another said, buying shoes for comfort, not for fashion. Finally, there's this response, realizing that no one matters other than those utterly dear to you. How refreshing.
Right.
What is one thing that you love about getting older?
Wisdom, right? I'm not the brightest guy, but
Yes,
you
you
also
are.
get some wisdom as you grow older from your past experiences, your mistakes. You learn from them and you become a better person. Society doesn't allow that anymore. You're not allowed to make a mistake. But for me, that's the best part of
The
getting older.
failures almost.
Absolutely.
Yeah, with you, a lot of failures. I totally get it.
What about you?
I was totally kidding.
I know. When you have to look one-on-one in the window screen and really figure out who you are.
That was well done. I was codependent all my life, and I have learned boundaries. And as I get older, it's easy for me to say, nope, for no reason. I just don't want to do that, and I appreciate you understanding me. And I like friends like you that understand that, and I respect that.
Were you looking at me or Alice?
I was looking at Samantha.
Tori and,
Right.
I
What
are
about Al and I?
Tori and I are in a similar journey where we are just now loving ourselves.
Yep.
And it's because of the work we're doing in therapy. And I would agree with you. At 42 years old, I'm way more confident and have more self-esteem today than I did in my 20s, which is mind-blowing to me. What about you?
I would say just my ability to understand how valuable real friends are. As corny as that sounds, and everybody's like, oh, you're a real friend. I got a bunch of real friends, my buddies from college and the happy hour. And it's like, I think people really are unable to separate friends from drinking buddies. Wow. And when you're unable to do that, the people drinking on your patio are not all your friends. I always say your friends know your mama's name. your mom knows that they exist. They ask questions that don't have to do with them. How are you doing? What should we do about that one problem you had a couple weeks ago? Your other drinking brother is just like, when are we going out again? And I think the line is blurred for a lot of people, and they make mistakes because of that.
Beautiful. Age is a privilege. Aging is a privilege. Coming up on DBL, there was a big reveal last night on The Masked Singer. So who was the comedian behind the rock lobster costume?
It was me.
It was not Al.
DBL is celebrating trailblazers in Black history. We're recognizing some of the first Black Americans to break color barriers in academics. May C. Jemison was the first African-American woman to be admitted into the NASA astronaut training program. This led to her becoming the first Black female astronaut. She flew into space aboard the Endeavour, becoming the first Black woman to travel in outer space.
36 have been accused of spousal abuse. 7 have been arrested for fraud.
This video is going ultra viral with millions of views across TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. It shows a preacher named Mark Bailey rattling off a list of supposed crimes and misdeeds, at first telling his audience he's talking about NFL or NBA athletes.
14 have been arrested on drug-related charges. 8 have been arrested for shoplifting.
But at the end, he shocks the audience by claiming actually these numbers are referring to members of Congress. So are the stats referenced in this video true? Let's verify. Our sources, the Internet Archive and Capitol Hill Blue, a political blog. This is hardly the first time this list of stats has made the rounds. The video itself is from 2012, but the claims made in it are even older than that. They first went viral as part of a decades-old email chain. We can trace their origin all the way back to 1999, when the list was first published by a political blog called Capitol Hill Blue. The anonymous author claimed blog staff had compiled the list through research, but provided no evidence and almost no names of the people they were accusing. The Internet Archive reveals that Capitol Hill Blue later removed the numbers from the article, before eventually deleting the post altogether. But that didn't stop it from going viral. Chain emails circulated widely despite repeated debunking by fact checks in 2000, 2009, and 2014. One eventually made its way to Mark Bailey, who in fact says in the video that he was forwarded the list by his son. But there was no basis for the claims made in the list when it was published in 1999, and there's no basis for it today. We can verify, no, the stats about members of Congress in this video are not true. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
Welcome back. Some exciting unmaskings happened last night on The Masked Singer. Take a look.
Legendary comedian, host, and superstar, Howie Mandel! Oh my gosh!
Woo! The man behind the Rock Lobster is here to talk all about the big reveal. Please welcome back to the show, Howie Mandel.
Howie, you looked so cool. We were looking at you before we started the interview. We're trying to channel. I feel like our makeup director would say you have zaddy vibes right now.
Zaddy!
You're looking good.
Oh, wow. Well, you know, getting older is something that I'm embracing.
That's what's up. Well,
I'm 67 years old, and what I embrace most is the ability to get up 11 times a night to pee.
I'm coming for you. Well, obviously, you know, you were unmasked on last night's show of the last night's episode of The Masked Singer. So, are you sad you didn't keep going, or are you like, hey, I just had fun? Talk to us.
Devastated. I'm absolutely devastated. You know, singing and dancing is my comfort zone. And I thought I was amazing. I thought I really set a bar that show has not heard before, or even AGT has not heard before. I think that people kind of shy away from uniqueness. The timbre of my voice, the rhythm I have, the way I move.
Well said.
The timbre
He's a
and
beautiful man, and he intimidates people. I get it.
He intimidates people. You're right. Ken Jeong is known to be the worst guesser out of the judges. He is horrible, but he does not a good job. But he actually guessed you on the first try. Did that surprise you?
No, what surprised me is that nobody else did. You know, I was on Twitter live when the show was on. All of America, anybody that was on social media went, "Oh, that's Howie Mandel." One note came out, and they went, "That's Howie Mandel." I cannot believe that nobody else guessed me. I feel like it was a transparent suit, that lobster suit.
There was no
and
lobster.
It was very wet on the inside. I'll let you know that. It was dirty. I
yuck.
sweat. I lost 3 pounds in one song.
Ew.
So if anybody, instead of taking Ozempic, what you need to do is you need to put on a lobster suit and sing an ABBA song. You want to lose weight like
First of all,
that.
somebody will definitely do that.
Yeah.
There's a fetish for that, I feel like.
Don't really listen to Howie Mandel about that, please. He's not a
Speak
doctor.
for yourself.
Why, you want people to take Ozempic? No.
Okay, so Howie, the contestants of The Masked Singer have to follow this really strict security protocol to keep their identity secret. What was the weirdest rule that you had to follow?
Well, we weren't allowed to tell anybody, not even family members. So, you know, me being the consummate professional wanted to get into character. So the night before, I didn't even tell my own wife. And the night before, I lied naked in bed and had her swath hot butter over me. And she said, "What is this for?" And now today, she realizes
now
what
it makes sense.
It totally
makes sense.
Yes.
And now I can wash the butter off.
So, Howie, how did you pick your diet suit, aka the lobster, rock lobster? Do you get to pick that, or do they just give that to you?
They gave it to me. I don't pick it. I didn't pick it. I did not pick it. I never said, they said, "What do you want to be?" I never said I want to be a lobster. And I'm a Jew, and lobsters aren't kosher.
They're not
We're
kosher.
allowed to eat them. Right. So now having a Jew inside a lobster kind of flips it on
It's a little
its side,
ironic.
right?
What would you pick? If they said, "Howie, you could be whatever you want," what would you pick?
Ooh, good question.
Oh, anything. The beauty for me, and I think people know I'm a germaphobe, anything that wraps me up, doesn't allow me to see anything, touch anything, or have contact with anything, makes me comfortable. That is the most comfortable I've ever been on any show at any time.
That's funny.
Except maybe this show, because I'm on Zoom.
I was just about to say, now I feel uncomfortable.
All right, well, we have a little hindsight behind us now, so you know, obviously you got unmasked, but looking back on it, is there anything that you would do to throw people off from recognizing you so easily? That I messed that last part up. I know I'm gonna hear it.
I thought I did perfect. I think I set a bar for myself and any other singer and dancer I see in the future. I'm just sitting here waiting for the phone to ring. There's a halftime show that they're filming for next year. I think the residency maybe in
Vegas.
Vegas.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know that Ticketmaster has the bandwidth to handle lobster live.
Right, it's the Taylor Swift situation.
There's going to be a record deal because of his vibrato and the texture
But
of
I'm
his
touring.
voice.
This weekend I'm going to be in Florida, but I don't know that I'll be singing. I'm doing stand-up comedy.
Well, let me ask you about singing. You're not necessarily known to be a singer, but what was it like singing in front of 400 people? Was it easier, obviously, with the lobster? Was that easier, and do you enjoy singing?
I enjoy singing. Singing is my jam. Singing is my comfort zone. Singing and dancing is what I do. I don't know if you know this. I'm on TikTok. I've got over 10 million followers.
What?
People watch me every day sing and dance for 15 seconds. So the opportunity to do it for longer than 15 seconds was a dream come true.
Nice.
Yeah, singing and dancing. Well, but you see, it says being on the Unmasked on the Singer on your little banner below.
Yep. Yeah.
It's Howie Mandel, singer dancer.
Yes.
Next time you're on, we'll get that right.
That will be your Chiron from now on.
Yeah, the timbre of his voice.
Yeah, exactly. I know. We appreciate you, Howie.
And your vibrato.
I know.
And what's wrong with vibrato?
Because you've never said that word in 6 seasons.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, you don't need to.
Excuse me.
I bring things out in people. That's the beauty of me.
Thank you, Howie. Thank you. We love when you
God,
sit.
I'm looking at myself on screen. I look
handsome.
older than Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Way to bring it back. Way to bring it back.
Howie, we love when you stop by. DBL Nation, be sure to catch The Masked Singer Wednesday nights on Fox. We'll be right back. Bye,
Thanks, Howie.
Bye, Howie.
Bye.
Sorry.
In the beginning, what we know as Black History Month was only a week. Let's connect the dots. In 1926, Harvard-trained historian Carter G. Woodson got a group together looking for ways to celebrate the accomplishments and the history of Black Americans in public schools. They focused their efforts on the second week of February. Why? It coordinated with the birthdays of two important Americans, President Abraham Lincoln and activist Frederick Douglass. At first, they got a lukewarm response across the country. In fact, North Carolina was one of only 3 states that participated that first year. It was decades later during the civil rights movement in the 60s that the week turned into a month. And in 1976, President Gerald Ford officially designated February as Black History Month. Now, nearly 100 years after it started in North Carolina classrooms, it's a reminder Black history and Black achievement can be celebrated by all of us all year long. And that is Connecting the Dots.
When you take a look at the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, you will see from the latest data in 2021, North Carolina had 179 fatal workplace injuries. It ranks among the top 10 states when it comes to deadly injuries on the job. However, looking at the North Carolina Department of Labor, they state in 2021 there were 49 workplace fatalities. So why such a big difference? To get answers, we went to Josh Dobson, the North Carolina Department of Labor Commissioner and the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Dobson tells us there are a lot of differences when it comes to what the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics counts versus what the North Carolina Department of Labor counts as workplace deaths.
What we don't count are medical emergencies when people unfortunately pass away while they're at work, heart attacks, particularly strokes, in rare cases, but it happens, suicides.
He says they also don't count the number of roadway accidents that happen outside of a work zone.
So we count basically what falls under our jurisdiction.
OSHA will come to all workplace death investigations at first, but only take over certain investigations. Dobson says if OSHA takes over an investigation at the federal level, the state would not include that in their data.
Maritime accidents, things like that. I think railroad accidents also is what they investigate. So those are the things that federal OSHA would investigate that they would count that we wouldn't count.
The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics has yet to release 2022 work-related deaths, but the North Carolina Department of Labor's numbers for last year show the state saw more work-related deaths compared to 2021, with 63 in 2022. Construction saw the highest death rate with 15 deaths in the workplace. Dobson says they are continuing their special emphasis program to help decrease deaths at the workplace in our state. With your Verify Fact Check, I'm Megan Bragg.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter answers your questions, clarifies what's true and false, and even includes a daily fun fact. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Today's sandals word of the day is swim. Watch DBL every day for a word of the day. Then enter at dailyblastlive.com/sandals for your chance to win a 4-day, 3-night escape for 2 to beautiful Jamaica. The winner will be announced on DBL March 1st.
Here's what's coming up next on DBL. Choreographer and singer Paula Abdul will be here live, and we are checking in with our own Erica Cobb, who is in LA for the NAACP Image Awards. We'll see what she's been up to ahead of the big show this weekend.
Electric vehicles are growing in popularity, and people looking to buy one are wondering how much they'll cost to use. Verify viewer Mary emailed us to help put the amount of energy EVs take to charge in perspective with other appliances. So Mary, let's verify. Does charging an electric vehicle use a similar amount of electricity as other home appliances? Our sources are the U.S. Department of Energy, Tesla, Kelley Blue Book, and Silicon Valley Power. This answer needs context. Some home appliances use a similar amount of electricity to electric vehicles, but it depends on the appliance and the EV. Here's how the math breaks down. The average person drives about 14,000 miles a year. The Tesla Model Y, which was the best-selling EV in 2022, needs around 1/4 of a kilowatt-hour to charge per mile. That's the same as a Chevy Bolt. That means it takes roughly 4,000 kilowatt-hours to charge the car for the year. Now, let's compare that to some household appliances. A washing machine run 3 times a week uses between 60 and 215 kilowatt hours a year. An average water heater uses around 3,500 kilowatt hours a year, But a central AC unit for a large home can use more energy than the Model Y at closer to 5,000 kilowatt hours annually. But these are rough numbers. Different EVs and appliances are more efficient than others, and all of the numbers depend on how you drive and how you use your appliances at home. For a more detailed analysis of what we found and to see how EVs compare to other appliances, go to verifythis.com. With you on Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Y'all,
Just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
They're already arguing.
Not true.
Okay.
Friendly banter.
It's yoga breath.
Welcome to DBL. All right, so Jennifer Lopez is being accused of using a face filter. OMG.
How dare
Say it
she.
isn't so. A TikTok user claims the filter J-Lo was using failed when she leans into the camera. I got to see this. Okay, so she's leaning into the camera. And they say, as you look at it, that she once had a filter and then her forehead and under eye lines are then visible when she leans in, but then when she leans out, her skin's flawless again. Okay, so here's another look at J-Lo's face before and after. J-Lo is 53. She has not responded to the claim. I don't see any
I don't
difference here.
see one shred of this, and I have to say, I don't love that people are circling parts of Jennifer Lopez's face.
Yeah.
I just think at some point, no, I'm not saying our show, I'm saying we're pointing it out in a sort of sarcastic way.
Who did that?
No, I mean, on TikTok, people are going crazy. If I'm a 12-year-old pimply, non-breasted girl, what chance do I have if people can't even let J-Lo
You just described me at 12.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's okay.
But, I mean, it's I think a lot of people are like that, right?
Yeah, but I'm simply saying, too, is...
But is there a responsibility for J-Lo, who is touting a skincare line, to be real and not use a filter?
When she's selling her skincare line, and she's been very transparent. I've watched her get ready with me, and she's barefaced, and you can see what she does to cover the wrinkles. So I don't see this, and I don't like the dissection of the women. She's the same age Blanche was supposed to be in Golden Girls. J-Lo, 53. Look how good she looks. Let's just celebrate that.
But I don't know. I'm curious about the word responsibility. I mean, when you're trying to sell makeup products or you're trying to sell a sugary kid cereal, you need to make it as presentable as possible to your potential customer. Unfortunately, with capitalism, we cannot go with responsibility and other words that make you seem regal. You're trying to sell and move these products, and I feel like whatever she needs to do to look how she's looking is working. So the idea, if she can't use a filter, then can Elle magazine?
You know, in the Danish people, Denmark, I believe, they're
No,
not,
here in the States.
I know, but I'm just saying they are not allowed to advertise without saying there is a filter on this, and that would be kind of interesting.
Okay. Well, we're going to switch
I'd like
gears.
to hear that come back out.
We have something really cool. You excited for this? We're switching gears, Al. You'll be very happy.
All right.
Okay, so to our viewers, you may have noticed that our very own Erica Cobb hasn't been on our show the past couple of days. There's a reason why. Erica is in LA getting ready for the NAACP Image Awards. She's nominated, of course, for Outstanding Society and Culture Podcast. So before we chat with her, let's take a look at her week so far.
Ooh.
Just landed in LA. Mom and Dad are here. Yay! And welcome to LA. I'm at the NAACP Image Awards week. We are actually at the Grammy Museum. It is not lost on me how many people came before me in order to open doors for me to be here today. Work it just like me. I am doing my final fitting with Sir Algernon. Strutting, you a VIP. I'm just nervous about all the cake that I ate for my birthday. I want to make sure that I can still fit into this dress.
Does it feel different to you?
Yeah, it feels looser. I feel so confident about this look. This was a partnership with myself and Sir Algernon. Shout out to Haley as well. It's coming together, and I am going to do the thing.
To get the latest on what's happening this weekend, Erica joins us from Los Angeles.
Yeah! Hi, guys! I miss you. Hi, Kavi. We miss miss you too. What's been your absolute?
She looks fabulous.
you look fantastic.
You look amazing. It's very true. Very. What's been your favorite thing this week, Erica?
Just all the community. I mean, obviously the celebration of Black excellence, but I also got an opportunity to honor a friend of mine who has really been, she passed away, and for some reason, lately I've been feeling a lot from her. And so I did this ceremony, and it turned out that it was actually the day that she passed away. Like,
no way.
The anniversary of her death. So I feel like I'm very grounded right now. There's something happening.
Yeah, there's good energy. Good energy, yeah.
I feel good vibes, E. I feel good vibes. You're sending them our way. But what's on the schedule for you today? What does it look like?
Well, my dad, who is back here. You can come up, Dad.
Wait, tell him we need to see that suit.
Let's see it.
Look how clean he is.
He has a suit on.
Stop it. Look at it. Stop it.
Yes.
What's up,
Roosevelt
brother?
Cobb, everyone. We are going to the fashion show. So Dad's going to leave with a modeling contract.
Yes.
And my mother's back there. We're going tomorrow to the award show dinner. So my family's here. My mom's hiding behind a wall for some reason.
Listen, Roosevelt is the most handsome man in America. I got to give it to him. There he is. I love him. I love him. Erica, sticking with the good vibes. Your family's there. I feel the energy. You have your winning speech ready.
My speech?
Winning.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Your winning speech. Your acceptance speech for winning the award.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm like, what? I'm writing a speech because I just think that that's good luck. It's like manifesting, you know? So, of course, I'm going to thank y'all first, you know?
Absolutely. Now, you have 2 red carpet events.
Why are you reading that like it's not your friend?
Yeah. Okay, we're going to do this because, Erica, I was about to read it like a square because I get yelled at for asking all my questions. But you know what, Erica? I wanted to ask your dad something. Can you bring him on camera really quickly?
Roosevelt. Oh.
You want to ask Dad something?
I do.
What? He can hear you. What are you going to... What do you need to ask my father?
I obviously have a daughter as well, and as a father, I just want to know what you're feeling in this moment, looking at your daughter and looking at where she is right now.
Oh. Tell him to get close to Erica's mic.
I'll have to wait and get my head around that one.
He doesn't want to speak. He said he has to wait and get his head around it.
He's proud.
Yeah, y'all were looking for that TV moment, weren't you?
Yeah.
You know us over
You
here.
know me. Honestly, I was supposed to ask you about your red carpet events, but you know, just looking at your dad, I mean, that is, you talk about Erica. We are already immersed in everything that is Erica. But as a father, I just look at your dad, and I realize the work he put in to be sitting next to you. So well done by both of you guys. We're proud of you. We're cheering for you, and we know you're gonna kill it this weekend.
Oh, that's beautiful.
You already won, girl. You already won.
Erica, we love you. We are so proud of you. And you said that, Jeff, that she was giving us good vibes. We are now throwing all our good vibes on you, girl.
Well, don't shove them at her.
Why can't I?
You give them to her. You don't shove it.
I'm throwing it.
You present them.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Erica,
You guys are
nothing's
not dropping
changed
food at
over
my
here.
house.
Nothing.
I love y'all so much. I appreciate you all so much. And I'm hoping to come back with some very good news and new hardware.
Yeah. We love you, girl.
Okay, to our viewers, be sure to tune in Monday. We'll have a recap of Erica's action-packed weekend with some hardware.
And my weekend, too.
Thank you, Erica. We love you.
Yeah.
Coming up on DBL, Paula Abdul will be here live. We can't wait to talk with her. Coming up next. It's a new year, and DBL is all the talk.
Let's get it going.
We had a lot to talk about last year.
I'm flexing every day.
And we're not stopping in 2023. Woo!
So we were calling Al out because when Al asked a question, he goes, well, let me ask you this, kind of formal. And we were like, it's Erica. Like, just ask her the question. But that was very sweet of you to do.
That was sweet.
That was
Al,
very
what's
sweet.
going on in your life that you kind of...
Yeah, emotional.
It's a good thing, but you're reaching for those tearjerker moments.
Oh, it's not even that. It's just like, you know, you watch your kids. Bro, wait till both of you guys.
No, I hear you. I hear
to
you.
see
You're
your
going
kids.
for one right now.
No, to see your kids like grow up. You know, my son got first place in a debate contest last night.
No way.
Yeah, and it's like.
Who? Elijah?
Yeah, to the point where like me and my ex-wife were talking about sending him to like a school of the arts like he did.
Oh, really?
He's like
Thank you, honey bear.
Off the chart. You said that though forever.
Yeah, and he's
you know
just like a stunningly good-looking person to the point where I hate him. And you know, I just I see them becoming adults, and like, so I see myself more as Erica's dad now than like a dad with young kids. So maybe that's where it's coming from.
Okay.
But yeah, exciting time.
Do I have to say all the Jackson stuff?
You guys, look at
so
this.
As the choreographer, can I be like,
I wish
Paula,
I had
you're
this. All I have
famous.
is a lanyard. Where do I get one of these?
You know the
Derek.
story from the Lakers.
Oh, our
When was
security
your
guard. Isn't this
aha
fun?
moment, or I made it.
What do you have?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, no way. Taylor's also got one. Oh, I'm like on the my kids on the rowing machine. Can I Amazon this? Do you ever do it and be like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, probably me too.
They told me they were out, but they weren't really out. They just didn't want me snapping. Okay, I'll get some more. Because all day I would just.
Also, I am in looking for a new iPhone case. Is it cool anymore to have a busy iPhone case? Are you supposed? Okay, or are you supposed to have like a plain one?
No, you're supposed to have like a cool one like this.
So,
and it secretly says total mess because I'm a total mess.
Oh, mine's just black.
Whoa.
Welcome back. From Lakers girl to successful choreographer and singer, she's straight up done it all, and now she's here to tell us all about her next smash hit and new athleisure line. Paula Abdul, welcome to DBL.
Thank you so much. I cannot believe I'm speaking to you, man. Straight up, now tell me, Paula, you have collaborated with Smash and Tess for a new athleisure collection. Why did you want to work with them specifically, Smash and Tess?
Well, I met Ashley Freeborn, who's the CEO, and we hit it off right away. She's Canadian. My mother's whole side of the family is Canadian. What I love about her and her company is that they celebrate women, they cheerlead for women, and it's all about inclusivity, which has always been so important to me.
Amen.
I love that. And you got a little, what, Pomeranian next to you? A little
Frison? Bichon Frisé? The doggy?
Oh, she's a Cavapuchon. Her name's Penny Lane, and then this is Batman.
Oh, how cute. I love it. And I have to say, you know, the pieces from your collection, I love the long sleeve romper. There's so many things in there that just look like buttery soft, and like it'll give you the confidence to work out. What items in the collection are you telling your friends to buy?
Well, I'm loving hearing what my fans are buying. I mean, everyone has a different favorite, but you hit it on the nail. The fabrication is so incredibly soft, but firm in all the right areas that holds your body and massage your muscles. But like the zip up hoodie it's called the Love Me Up jumper.
Ooh.
And the two pieces, the boot cut pants, the crop tops. I love the jumper that has my inspirational messaging that says, be electrifying, create a spark out of life, and it's a big lightning bolt.
I love that.
Yeah.
Affirmations are powerful.
Yeah.
They are, especially if you could touch, see, and feel and be reminded.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Speaking of lightning bolts, Paula, let's go back to the 80s. I mean, we know your story with the Lakers, your perseverance with that. You worked with the Jacksons. But for you, what was your I made it moment after all those struggles?
You know, it's just for me, I was always like, I was born 3 months premature, weighing 2.8 pounds. I had mass for lungs, a broken windpipe. I spent the first 3 years of my life mostly fainted, and I had terrible hip dysplasia. And for dancing, you need to have turned out hips. I had turned in hips with braces. And so everything about my life and my career has been pretty astonishing and quite a story, because I've never been one who was meant to be what I became, a singer or a dancer. And it just shows, you know, when you are somehow aligned with their heart space and passion, miracles happen. And I was always a tenacious little fighter.
I love that. And, you know, honestly, Paula, you're not just a singer and a dancer. You are woven into this country's pop culture fabric, especially your song, because it's been 34 years since Straight Up went #1.
Ow!
And how does that make you feel that it still resonates with so many people, including the 4 people on this panel today?
I feel extremely grateful, and I look at my youngest fans.
Oh.
Yes. No, but it's a pinch me moment always. You know, I never take anything for granted, and to know that it still resonates with people. And now the TikTok generation is having a blast with my music. Just makes me feel great.
For a full year at recess, I created a cold-hearted snake dance with my best friend Lauren Thaler. Cold-hearted snake, look into his eyes. So I just really want to thank you.
Sorry.
Absolutely. Because we all grew up with it.
He's been telling lies.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Little break.
I actually like that.
I texted my best friend. I'm like, Paul was
the
on
best.
the show.
I know.
You did. I don't know if people know this. You choreographed the wedding dance scene in Coming to America. Unbelievable.
Iconic.
How were
A lot
you?
of people don't even realize
I
that.
know.
I knew
How
that.
were you able to create such a credible African dance routine? Because it's different moves. Tell us about it.
You know, it was a make-believe place. You know, it was Zamunda. So I knew that. For me, it's just creating what I would think African dancing meets, you know, popular hip hop and street moves. So it's funny because I created that, and that's been the staple and template for African dance for all these years later.
So talented.
Unbelievable.
So talented.
So humble, though.
I know, very humble. Paula, you've been in the spotlight for over 30 years, and we've talked about aging in the industry many times. We talked about it today as well. How do you stay motivated to keep going in an industry that is tougher on women aging?
Of course, 100% tougher on women aging. For me, I've been lucky and fortunate to have dance in my life for my whole adult life, plus always mentoring younger people. It keeps me young, and I try to never take myself too seriously. Yeah. And just, you know, try to stay in the path of walking forward in gratitude and laughing at yourself and being surrounded by people of like mind.
That's why you've had such longevity. You are so grounded. How refreshing. Paula, thank you so much for joining us on DBL today. To our viewers, you can check out the Smash and Test Paula Abdul collection at smashtest.com. So soft. So soft.
Dreamy.
I know. We'll be right back. Thank you so much, Paula.
Paula.
Congratulations.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
We come together.
36 have been accused of spousal abuse. 7 have been arrested for fraud.
This video is going ultra viral with millions of views across TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. It shows a preacher named Mark Bailey rattling off a list of supposed crimes and misdeeds, at first telling his audience he's talking about NFL or NBA athletes.
14 have been arrested on drug-related charges. 8 have been arrested for shoplifting.
But at the end, he shocks the audience by claiming actually these numbers are referring to members of Congress. So are the stats referenced in this video true? Let's verify. Our sources, the Internet Archive and Capitol Hill Blue, a political blog. This is hardly the first time this list of stats has made the rounds. The video itself is from 2012, but the claims made in it are even older than that. They first went viral as part of a decades-old email chain. We can trace their origin all the way back to 1999, when the list was first published by a political blog called Capitol Hill Blue. The anonymous author claimed blog staff had compiled the list through research, but provided no evidence and almost no names of the people they were accusing. The Internet Archive reveals that Capitol Hill Blue later removed the numbers from the article, before eventually deleting the post altogether. But that didn't stop it from going viral. Chain emails circulated widely despite repeated debunking by fact checks in 2000, 2009, and 2014. One eventually made its way to Mark Bailey, who in fact says in the video that he was forwarded the list by his son. But there was no basis for the claims made in the list when it was published in 1999, and there's no basis for it today. We can verify, no, the stats about members of Congress in this video are not true. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
Welcome back. We've got some great products from our friends at Morning Save. Check them out.
Steph, I'm in the mood for shopping. What do we have?
Hello, Tori, and hey, DBL Nation. Guess what? I'm super excited to show off the deals today, and some of them are just right up my alley. I can't wait to show them off, so let's check everything out. First up, we've got the Cheer Collection 7-piece stackable airtight food storage set. So this deal includes 1 tall container with a lid, 2 medium containers with a lid, 2 small containers with lids, 2 mini containers with lids, labels, and a marker.
I love
Check these
labels.
out. And we've got lots of different colours. We've got white, mint, blue, and black. So these can be used to store knickknacks or office supplies too. Normally, this collection is $80, but we've got it for just $24.99, which saves 69%.
If you have dogs, this is good for dog bones, dog treats, because it keeps it air safe.
So our next product, this is one of my favorite things we've had. I love it. It's the Karma Beauty 3-piece travel hair tool set. So this deal includes 1 flat iron, 1 curling wand, and 1 styling comb. They're available in 2 different color options. So we've got rose gold, and I love this unicorn colored set.
Groovy.
So you might be going off on a fabulous vacation, but let's be honest, all of your tools are massive. They take up so much space, whereas these are going to fit into any of your luggage with ease. Normally, it's $259, Tori, but we've got it for just $39.99, which is saving 85%.
Ring me up too, my friend. 2 in unicorn.
I love this. This color palette is so cute. I think this is going to make such a good gift for any girlfriends too. I love this.
Bridesmaids gifts. Great idea.
Up next, we've got the 6-pack of Power Practical Motion Sensor lights. So this deal includes 6 light strips motion sensor and 2 of these snazzy little remotes. So you can install these really easily yourself with no damage, and you can put them under things like your kitchen cabinets, in your bathrooms, around your mirrors, stairways, or as a TV backlight. You name it, you can do it. And plus there's a motion sensor that will automatically turn on when you enter the room. So normally this pack is $66. We've got it for $24.99. So that's saving up to 62%. I'm really clumsy and I really trip and fall a lot. And so under the stairs is really good at night. So you're not turning on a huge light, but you can see where you're going. Exactly. So that for me is a big win.
Okay, good.
Now,
Ooh,
our last
jewelry.
product, always love sparkles.
Yes.
Diamonds are a girl's best friend, and we've got everything for you guys today. It's the Tamborat half-carat micro pave plated inside-out oval hoop earring.
Cute.
So this deal includes 1 pair of gorgeous earrings available in 14-carat gold-plated, 14 rose gold plated, and 14 karat white gold plated. Check out the shining cubic zirconia featured on the interior and exterior of these earrings. And it's no surprise that these are a customer favorite on Morning Save. We've got no big markups. We're just closely working with the vendor to bring you the best diamond deals.
I love that.
Normally these are $90, but right now they are $19.99, saving up to 78%. These are really classy. They're going to look great. You can dress them up,
or dress them down.
or dress them down with jeans and a t-shirt, and you're going to look really chic.
I love that. And great, $19.99, whatever. That's amazing.
Exactly.
Everyone, head on over to morningsaves.com. We're going to snag all these amazing deals at the lowest prices, or you can even scan the QR code on screen. That will take you directly to these products on Morning Save's website. Steph, thank you so much. We'll be right back.
In the beginning, what we know as Black History Month was only a week. Let's connect the dots. In 1926, Harvard-trained historian Carter G. Woodson got a group together looking for ways to celebrate the accomplishments and the history of Black Americans in public schools. They focused their efforts on the second week of February. Why? It coordinated with the birthdays of 2 important Americans, President Abraham Lincoln and activist Frederick Douglass. At first, they got a lukewarm response across the country. In fact, North Carolina was one of only 3 states that participated that first year. It was decades later, during the Civil Rights Movement in the 60s, that the week turned into a month. And in 1976, President Gerald Ford officially designated February as Black History Month. Now, nearly 100 years after it started in North Carolina classrooms, It's a reminder Black history and Black achievement can be celebrated by all of us all year long. And that is Connecting the Dots.
When you take a look at the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, you will see from the latest data in 2021, North Carolina had 179 fatal workplace injuries. It ranks among the top 10 states when it comes to deadly injuries on the job. However, looking at the North Carolina Department of Labor, they state in 2021 there were 49 workplace fatalities. So why such a big difference? To get answers, we went to Josh Dobson, the North Carolina Department of Labor Commissioner and the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Dobson tells us there are a lot of differences when it comes to what the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics counts versus what the North Carolina Department of Labor counts as workplace deaths.
What we don't count are medical emergencies when people unfortunately pass away while they're at work, heart attacks, particularly strokes, in rare cases, but it happens, suicides.
He says they also don't count the number of roadway accidents that happen outside of a work zone.
So we count basically what falls under our jurisdiction.
OSHA will come to all workplace death investigations at first, but only take over certain investigations. Dobson says if OSHA takes over an investigation at the federal level, the state would not include that in their data.
Maritime accidents, things like that. I think railroad accidents also is what they investigate. So those are the things that federal OSHA would investigate that they would count that we wouldn't count.
The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics has yet to release 2022 work-related deaths, but the North Carolina Department of Labor's numbers for last year show the state saw more work-related deaths compared to 2021, with 63 in 2022. Construction saw the highest death rate with 15 deaths in the workplace. Dobson says they are continuing their special emphasis program to help decrease deaths at the workplace in our state. With your Verify Fact Check, I'm Megan Bragg.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter answers your questions, clarifies what's true and false, and even includes a daily fun fact. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
DBL puts the fun in funky in a special 70s episode celebrating entertainment from this fabulous decade. Suzanne Summers gets real about that Three's Company controversy, and Bo Derek spills the tea about that 10 moment that made her a cinematic sex symbol. Plus, Rick Springfield pulls back the curtain on the inspiration behind his hit song Jesse's Girl, tomorrow only on DBL. Okay, so of course we have a lot of comments in regard to Paula. Everyone's so excited to see her, but we also have a lot of comments in regard to Erica's dad.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Okay, here's just a couple. So Jay Kim says, wow, Erica's dad is so handsome.
Stunning.
And then we have a number of comments wishing Erica good luck. So Erica, on behalf of all of us here, we wish you luck. We are so proud of you.
Yes.
Any comments about me?
Just check real quick. No, there's not.
There is
Didn't
not.
Paula look the exact same?
What is her secret?
I don't know. She's dancing.
Yeah. Like that?
That's
I doubt
how she dances.
You should be a choreographer.
DBL's new every day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
This Friday, DBL puts the fun in funky in a special 70s episode celebrating entertainment from this fabulous decade. Suzanne Summers gets real about that Three's Company controversy, and Bo Derek spills the tea about that 10 moment that made her a cinematic sex symbol. Plus, Rick Springfield pulls back the curtain on the inspiration behind his hit song Jesse's Girl. They're all joining us live this Friday on DBL.
we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
Mark Wahlberg opens up about having a strong faith in Hollywood, how he says religion helped shape his career despite it not being the popular choice. Do you have an insecurity about aging? Why are some going against the norm by sharing what they love about growing older? Paula Abdul will be here live. From her biggest hits to choreographing for some of the best in the business, she's reflecting on her decades-long career. And we've got the latest contestant eliminated from The Masked Singer. Who was behind the rock lobster costume?
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
We are starting today with Mark Wahlberg. He's not here live.
Oh, I was like,
that would be amazing.
Did you think he was about to come in?
Why would you do that to us?
Sorry, I didn't mean
I thought
to.
he was going to come out the back.
No, he was on the Today Show yesterday, which was Ash Wednesday, and he talked a lot about his Catholic faith and how it's helped him over the years. But he also said something interesting about faith in general in Hollywood. Take a listen.
I don't want to jam it down anybody's throat, but I do not deny my faith. That's an even bigger sin. You know, it's not popular in my industry, but, you know, I cannot deny my faith.
All right, so let's talk about this. Do you think he is right that faith is not popular in Hollywood? And what does that really mean for all of us who watch Hollywood movies and TV shows? You brought this up on our show, Jeff.
Yeah, a lot, but I don't like to jam it down anyone's throat, just like Mark said, right? Mark, we're friends. Yeah.
Marky Mark.
But so
you call him M-Dub.
That's right.
You guys did bond when we interviewed.
We did, and we have the same birthday.
Oh,
and we're both Catholic.
Oh.
But I did not go get my ashes. So that's what that was on his head. It's a sign for the beginning of Lent for people that don't know. But as far as Hollywood goes, the movies that I've been in, a handful, 3, they're all faith-based films. And there's a big market for that, of people wanting that. It's a very niche market. I don't think big Hollywood touches it. I mean, you see it on Lifetime, you see it once in a while. But that faith-based film industry is an industry that people have a want for out there.
Right. I mean, this is what I was talking about with capitalism really quickly. Tori, you always talk about Third Love, the bra company. Victoria's Secret didn't want to make bras for larger chested women. Here comes another company. People didn't want to talk to people in the Midwest. Here comes the Blue Collar Comedy Tour. People didn't want to talk to black folks. Here comes Tyler Perry. Here comes Kings of Comedy. People, there was no Asians in Hollywood. Crazy Rich Asians. There's a market for this, and once they realize there's a market, more films come, just like with Christianity.
Well, let's continue the conversation because this got us thinking about a number of things. Like, for instance, what's going on with faith and religion in general in America. Belief in God has fallen pretty dramatically over the past 50 years. So as of 2022, 81% of Americans said they believe in God. Now compare that, though, to 1965, when 97% held that same belief. Now, meantime, membership at churches, synagogues, and mosques are also way down. In 2020, less than 50% of Americans belong to a religious organization. Compare that to 1958, when 73% of Americans were members. Now, meantime, all across the country, churches are closing in record numbers, with more than 4,500 Protestant churches shutting their doors in 2019 alone. So here's the big question. Why do you think faith and religion is on the decline like this? So DBL Nation, always want to hear from you. Are you a member of a religious organization? Please go to dblvote.com. Let us know. What would you say?
So for me, faith is a big part of my life. Even though I didn't get my ashes, I go to church sparingly, like here and there, Christmas and Easter and things like that. I pray every single night for decades. I don't push religion on anybody. I don't care what you believe in. It works for me. And I'm going to put that onto my sons as well, because it gives you something to believe in that's not textile, that's not tangible, just like your dreams. You got to believe in something bigger, and it also corrects the path that you're on, right? It's good for you. If you start straying away from the path, start thinking, treat others like you want to be treated, those are good lessons to learn. It's not a negative thing, but in Hollywood, it's become this scarlet letter. Even talking about it right now, because I'm Catholic, I went to CCD, which is a Catholic church you go to after school. I've been confirmed, baptized, all that. But the stigma around the Catholic Church almost leaves people with a bad taste in their mouth when I say I'm Catholic. Kind of like the Chris Pratt theory. He's religion, but he's Christian. He hasn't really come out with his political stance, but people assume maybe because you're religious, you're somehow Republican, and maybe that's the bad taste people have. I don't know what it is, but I don't really like to talk about it a lot because people have a certain stigma or judgment about it.
I appreciate you saying that, and I think you're 1,000% right. Here's what I take from it, especially, and again, I want to base or disclaim this, I'm not going against any religion. As a Jew, I love all religions, whatever. But in the past, Christianity specifically and Catholicism has had a sense of autonomy over the self, meaning LGBTQ situation, the abortion issue, the contraceptive issue, the priest issue, which again, everything is getting better.
Again, none of those, that hasn't happened to me in my experiences. It's not everybody, but that's the stigma people feel like it's everybody.
Right, but I think the younger generation in a religion wants to feel like they belong. And if you can't fit in as a trans or queer or pregnant or not wanting to get pregnant person, or a woman in the past where wanted to go up in the line in Christianity, that feels like I don't belong. And that makes me want to be more secular, because that's a God that isn't accepting of who I am and who I was born with. That's a conflict that Christianity and Judaism have to reckon with right now in 2023. The world and social climate is changing. And if they don't change with it, they're going to continue to lose tithing and people in their congregation.
But I agree, but I disagree. I disagree in the sense that I think a lot of people in Hollywood have a strong faith. They're just not attached, like a lot of people in America, to the dogmatism of faith anymore, to the judgment. And I think a lot of people are learning, okay, if I have a LGBTQIA son or daughter, am I comfortable bringing them into this specific church? Right. Now, I will say the church up near my old neighborhood was amazing. They had a Black Lives Matter flag. They had a rainbow flag. They were all inclusive. And I think that is beautiful and wonderful. And I think there's a lot of churches out there and synagogues and mosques that are completely all inclusive. But I'm not going to say that a lot of people, I love God. I pray every night. It doesn't mean that I follow the 10 Commandments. Every time we watch the Oscars, almost every single one of those celebrities that, even if they're Democratic, will say thank you to God. So I think because people are abandoning organized religion doesn't mean that they're abandoning their spiritual faith with God.
But why does it reflect certain people in a certain way and others you kind of just...
Because it's been politicized, I think, a little bit.
But like Sam said, everyone in Hollywood, they're like, I want to thank God first. But when other people do it, such as Chris Pratt, it's frowned upon, right? I don't know. I don't understand the connection and disconnection.
And that's totally fair. I think people don't like evangelizing, pushing, like you said, on the religion. So if you have someone overdoing it, that turns people off. And I think that's fair to say. Too much dogma.
Point. Great point. Let's see what our viewers say. 64% of you are a member of a religious organization. 29% no longer, and 7% never was. Interesting. Coming up on DBL, we've got the latest contestant eliminated from The Masked Singer. Who is the celebrity behind the costume? And actress Jennifer Love Hewitt is sharing her insecurities about aging. We're talking all about embracing the thought of getting older next.
Our viewers are talking about DBL.
Yes!
I like that.
Leaves me speechless. I'm like blushing.
Thank you, thank you. That's emotional. Do I want to sit there and watch them? Yes, I do.
We got a question not a question, interesting, from Boo. Get this, Boo Music City Kitty. Great name. I feel the way that the country music stars in Nashville don't shy away from their faith as much as the Hollywood stars, in my opinion. That's true.
Yeah. Country. I just think the Country Music Award. You didn't see me.
Totally.
I just think the Country Music Awards do their own thing, and they don't really conform with Hollywood.
Yeah.
And I think there's like maybe not some aggression there, but there's a little tension there. I feel.
What?
It's like CMT Awards. I feel like they kind of do their own thing.
Yeah.
They don't abide by Hollywood's rules, and they kind of do their own thing. So they are a little bit more outgoing religious.
Is it a geographic thing, like Southern,
I don't think
in that way, more observant in terms of that religious?
There's also a big competition because there's other stuff to do now.
Yes.
I mean,
it used to be very social.
I think a lot of people are members of another religion. Like, how many people follow everything Joe Rogan puts out? So he puts out 3 podcasts a week. They're each 4 hours long. So that's 12 hours of you listening to somebody like that. that is your religion.
Right.
Yoga is a lot of people's religion now.
Why didn't you make
Veganism.
that point when we were on there?
Because they were making great points. But yeah,
that's a great point.
But yeah, they're just like, there's a lot of competition to do other stuff
Right.
now.
That's a fair point.
And so people aren't in church. People are like, I can go rock climbing.
But it doesn't mean
you
that
have
they
a-
don't
It should be a social experience.
Yes.
Right,
That's
yeah.
true, but you
You're
also
like-
have to have, I don't
It
know.
still is for many, but
You
not
know,
as
the-
many because of what you're saying.
I would say cooking
gotta
is
make
your
time
religion as
for-
much as, and no disrespect, but like you cook every night because it does something to your spirit, to your soul. You like the process
I
of
hear what
it.
you're saying,
So
but-
like I think there's a lot of people where they take the religion out and that's what their religion
Right,
is.
I think, but in religion, again, I'm not, but there's life lessons involved,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah, yeah.
if you don't cook one afternoon, there's not like eternal sin.
There's moral
Yeah.
code.
Welcome back to DBL. Jennifer Love Hewitt recently celebrated her 44th birthday, and her Instagram post is making headlines. She posted this photo along with a caption saying she woke up at 4 a.m. and was 44 years old. She goes on to say that she sometimes is insecure about aging. So, of course, this got us thinking, are you insecure about getting older, and why? Al?
I am not, but you know, I didn't have the same situation Jennifer Love Hewitt did, where she was a teenage heartthrob for a nice chunk of years there, and I think
well into her 30s.
Well into her 30s, yeah. And I think it goes about what we spoke about last week about peaking when you're young. I feel like looking at pictures, she still looks amazing, but to have that peak where you are one of the most popular people on the planet because of how you look, it's hard to watch that slowly go away.
Yeah. I think women have it differently, and I'm just saying that as a general broad brush. I understand.
think that's fair.
As a disclaimer.
I think that's fair.
I worry a lot, I'll tell you, about this and about this.
Okay. I do say, yes, women might be more aware because of societal pressure to remain a certain age. I mean, we just heard Don Lemon's comment, even though we unpacked it and we have a variety of different feelings. A lot of men go through midlife crises too. So why don't we ever think about that as well?
I think there's just a context to what women were looked at, which is the aesthetic was more important than anything behind the brain, and that's really been in our history for a long time. And I was telling BJ over our technical director, excuse me, IT director,
No,
that even
be more specific.
every window screen or every window I go by, I'll look and check quickly, kind of obsessively.
Okay. All right. Well,
We
speaking
all
of
check ourselves in window screens.
Speaking of getting older, here's something I want you all to think about. What have you enjoyed about aging? BuzzFeed posed this question to their community and got some very interesting responses. One person wrote, there are way fewer men creeping on me. Being left alone is awesome. Another said, buying shoes for comfort, not for fashion. Finally, there's this response, realizing that no one matters other than those utterly dear to you. How refreshing.
Right.
What is one thing that you love about getting older?
Wisdom, right? I'm not the brightest guy, but
Yes,
you
you
also
are.
get some wisdom as you grow older from your past experiences, your mistakes. You learn from them and you become a better person. Society doesn't allow that anymore. You're not allowed to make a mistake. But for me, that's the best part of
The
getting older.
failures almost.
Absolutely.
Yeah, with you, a lot of failures. I totally get it.
What about you?
I was totally kidding.
I know. When you have to look one-on-one in the window screen and really figure out who you are.
That was well done. I was codependent all my life, and I have learned boundaries. And as I get older, it's easy for me to say, nope, for no reason. I just don't want to do that, and I appreciate you understanding me. And I like friends like you that understand that and respect that.
Were you looking at me or Alice?
I was looking at Samantha.
Tori and,
What about Al and I?
Tori and I are in a similar journey where we are just now loving ourselves.
Yep.
And it's because of the work we're doing in therapy. And I would agree with you. At 42 years old, I'm way more confident and have more self-esteem today than I did in my 20s, which is mind-blowing to me. What about you?
I would say just my ability to understand how valuable real friends are. As corny as that sounds, and everybody's like, oh, you're a real friend. I got a bunch of real friends, my buddies from college and the happy hour. And it's like, I think people really are unable to separate friends from drinking buddies. Wow. And when you're unable to do that, the people drinking on your patio are not all your friends. I always say your friends know your mama's name. your mom knows that they exist. They ask questions that don't have to do with them. How are you doing? What should we do about that one problem you had a couple weeks ago? Your other drinking brother is just like, when are we going out again? And I think the line is blurred for a lot of people, and they make mistakes because of that.
Beautiful. Age is a privilege. Aging is a privilege. Coming up on DBL, there was a big reveal last night on The Masked Singer. So who was the comedian behind the rock lobster costume?
It was me.
It was not Al.
DBL is celebrating trailblazers in Black history. We're recognizing some of the first Black Americans to break color barriers in academics. Mae C. Jemison was the first African-American woman to be admitted into the NASA astronaut training program. This led to her becoming the first Black female astronaut. She flew into space aboard the Endeavour, becoming the first Black woman to travel in outer space.
36 have been accused of spousal abuse. 7 have been arrested for fraud.
This video is going ultra viral with millions of views across TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. It shows a preacher named Mark Bailey rattling off a list of supposed crimes and misdeeds, at first telling his audience he's talking about NFL or NBA athletes.
14 have been arrested on drug-related charges. 8 have been arrested for shoplifting.
But at the end, he shocks the audience by claiming, actually, these numbers are referring to members of Congress. So are the stats referenced in this video true? Let's verify. Our sources, the Internet Archive and Capitol Hill Blue, a political blog. This is hardly the first time this list of stats has made the rounds. The video itself is from 2012, but the claims made in it are even older than that. They first went viral as part of a decades-old email chain. We can trace their origin all the way back to 1999, when the list was first published by a political blog called Capitol Hill Blue. The anonymous author claimed blog staff had compiled the list through research, but provided no evidence and almost no names of the people they were accusing. The Internet Archive reveals that Capitol Hill Blue later removed the numbers from the article, before eventually deleting the post altogether. But that didn't stop it from going viral. Chain emails circulated widely despite repeated debunking by fact checks in 2000, 2009, and 2014. One eventually made its way to Mark Bailey, who in fact says in the video that he was forwarded the list by his son. But there was no basis for the claims made in the list when it was published in 1999, and there's no basis for it today. We can verify, no, the stats about members of Congress in this video are not true. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
Welcome back. Some exciting unmaskings happened last night on The Masked Singer. Take a look.
Legendary comedian, host, and superstar, Howie Mandel! Oh my gosh!
Woo! The man behind the rock lobster is here to talk all about the big reveal. Please welcome back to the show, Howie Mandel.
Howie, you looked so cool. We were looking at you before we started the interview. We're trying to channel. I feel like our makeup director would say you have zaddy vibes right now.
Zaddy!
You're looking good.
Oh, wow. Well, you know, getting older is something that I'm embracing.
That's what's up. Well,
I'm 67 years old, and what I embrace most is the ability to get up 11 times a night to pee.
I'm coming for you. Well, obviously, you know, you were unmasked on last night's show of the last night's episode of The Masked Singer. So, are you sad you didn't keep going, or are you like, hey, I just had fun? Talk to us.
Devastated. I'm absolutely devastated. You know, singing and dancing is my comfort zone. And I thought I was amazing. I thought I really set a bar that show has not heard before, or even AGT has not heard before. I think that people kind of shy away from uniqueness. The timbre of my voice, the rhythm I have, the way I move.
Well said. He's a beautiful man and he intimidates people.
He does.
I get it.
He intimidates people. You're right. Ken Jeong is known to be the worst guesser out of the judges. He is horrible, but he does not a good job. But he actually guessed you on the first try. Did that surprise you?
No, what surprised me is that nobody else did. You know, I was on Twitter live when the show was on. All of America, anybody that was on social media went, "Oh, that's Howie Mandel." One note came out, and they went, "That's Howie Mandel." I cannot believe that nobody else guessed me. I feel like it was a transparent suit, that lobster suit.
There was no
and
lobster.
It was very wet on the inside. I'll let you know that. It was dirty. I sweat. I lost 3 pounds in one song.
Ew.
So if anybody, instead of taking Ozempic, what you need to do is you need to put on a lobster suit and sing an ABBA song. You want to lose weight like
First of all,
that.
somebody will definitely do that.
Yeah.
There's a fetish for that, I feel like.
Don't really listen to Howie Mandel about that, please. He's not a
Speak
doctor.
for yourself.
Why, you want people to take Ozempic? No.
Okay, so Howie, the contestants of The Masked Singer have to follow this really strict security protocol to keep their identity secret. What was the weirdest rule that you had to follow?
Well, we weren't allowed to tell anybody, not even family members. So, you know, me being the consummate professional, wanted to get into character. So the night before, I didn't even tell my own wife. And the night before, I lied naked in bed and had her swathe hot butter over me. And she said, "What is this for?" And now today, she realizes
now
what
it makes sense.
It totally
makes sense.
Yes.
And now I can wash the butter off.
So, Howie, how did you pick your diet suit, aka the lobster, rock lobster? Do you get to pick that, or do they just give that to you?
They gave it to me. I don't pick it. I didn't pick it. I did not pick it. I never said, they said, "What do you want to be?" I never said I want to be a lobster. And you know, and lobsters aren't kosher.
They're not
We're
kosher.
allowed to eat them. Right. So now having a Jew inside a lobster kind of flips it on
It's a little
side, right?
ironic. What would you pick? If they said, "Howie, you could be whatever you want," what would you pick?
Ooh, good question.
Oh, anything. The beauty for me, and I think people know I'm a germaphobe, anything that wraps me up, doesn't allow me to see anything, touch anything, or have contact with anything, makes me comfortable. That is the most comfortable I've ever been on any show at any time.
That's funny.
Except maybe this show, because I'm on Zoom.
I was just about to say, now I feel uncomfortable.
All right, well, we have a little hindsight behind us now, so you know, obviously you got unmasked, but looking back on it, is there anything that you would do to throw people off from recognizing you so easily? That I messed that last part up.
No,
I know.
I thought I did perfect. I think I set a bar for myself and any other singer and dancer I see in the future. I'm just sitting here waiting for the phone to ring. There's a halftime show that they're filmed for next year. I think the residency maybe in
Vegas.
Vegas.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know that Ticketmaster has the bandwidth to handle lobster live.
Right, it's the Taylor Swift situation.
There's going to be a record deal because of his vibrato and the texture
But
of
I'm
his
touring.
voice.
This weekend I'm going to be in Florida, but I don't know that I'll be singing. I'm doing stand-up comedy.
Well, let me ask you about singing. You're not necessarily known to be a singer, but what was it like singing in front of 400 people? Was it easier, obviously, with the lobster? Was that easier, and do you enjoy singing?
I enjoy singing. Singing is my jam. Singing is my comfort zone. Singing and dancing is what I do. I don't know if you know this. I'm on TikTok. I've got over 10 million followers.
What?
People watch me every day sing and dance for 15 seconds. So the opportunity to do it for longer than 15 seconds was a dream come true.
Nice.
Yeah, singing and dancing. Well, but you see, it says being on the Unmasked on the Singer on your little banner below.
Yep. Yeah.
It's Howie Mandel, singer dancer.
Yes.
Next time you're on, we'll get that right.
That will be your Chiron from now on.
Yeah, the timbre of his voice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I know. We appreciate you, Howie.
And your vibrato.
I know.
And what's wrong with vibrato?
Because you've never said that word in 6 seasons.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, you don't need to.
Excuse me.
I bring things out in people. That's the beauty of me.
Thank you, Howie. Thank you. We love when you sit.
I'm looking at myself on screen. I look
handsome.
older than Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Way to bring it back. Way to bring it back.
Howie, we love when you stop by. DBL Nation, be sure to catch The Masked Singer Wednesday nights on Fox. We'll be right back. Bye,
Thanks, Howie.
Bye, Howie.
Bye.
Sorry.
In the beginning, what we know as Black History Month was only a week. Let's connect the dots. In 1926, Harvard-trained historian Carter G. Woodson got a group together looking for ways to celebrate the accomplishments and the history of Black Americans in public schools. They focused their efforts on the second week of February. Why? It coordinated with the birthdays of two important Americans, President Abraham Lincoln and activist Frederick Douglass. At first, they got a lukewarm response across the country. In fact, North Carolina was one of only 3 states that participated that first year. It was decades later during the civil rights movement in the 60s that the week turned into a month. And in 1976, President Gerald Ford officially designated February as Black History Month. Now, nearly 100 years after it started in North Carolina classrooms, it's a reminder Black history and Black achievement can be celebrated by all of us all year long. And that is Connecting the Dots.
When you take a look at the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, you will see from the latest data in 2021, North Carolina had 179 fatal workplace injuries. It ranks among the top 10 states when it comes to deadly injuries on the job. However, looking at the North Carolina Department of Labor, they state in 2021 there were 49 workplace fatalities. So why such a big difference? To get answers, we went to Josh Dobson, the North Carolina Department of Labor Commissioner and the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Dobson tells us there are a lot of differences when it comes to what the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics counts versus what the North Carolina Department of Labor counts as workplace deaths.
What we don't count are medical emergencies when people unfortunately pass away while they're at work, heart attacks, particularly strokes, in rare cases, but it happens, suicides.
He says they also don't count the number of roadway accidents that happen outside of a work zone.
So we count basically what falls under our jurisdiction.
OSHA will come to all workplace death investigations at first, but only take over certain investigations. Dobson says if OSHA takes over an investigation at the federal level, the state would not include that in their data.
Maritime accidents, things like that. I think railroad accidents also is what they investigate. So those are the things that federal OSHA would investigate that they would count that we wouldn't count.
The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics has yet to release 2022 work-related deaths, but the North Carolina Department of Labor's numbers for last year show the state saw more work-related deaths compared to 2021, with 63 in 2022. Construction saw the highest death rate with 15 deaths in the workplace. Dobson says they are continuing their special emphasis program to help decrease deaths at the workplace in our state. With your Verify Fact Check, I'm Megan Bragg.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter answers your questions, clarifies what's true and false, and even includes a daily fun fact. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Today's Sandals word of the day is swim. Watch DBL every day for a word of the day. Then enter at dailyblastlive.com/sandals for your chance to win a 4-day, 3-night escape for 2 to beautiful Jamaica. The winner will be announced on DBL March 1st.
Here's what's coming up next on DBL. Choreographer and singer Paula Abdul will be here live, and we are checking in with our own Erica Cobb, who is in LA for the NAACP Image Awards. We'll see what she's been up to ahead of the big show this weekend.
Electric vehicles are growing in popularity, and people looking to buy one are wondering how much they'll cost to use. Verify viewer Mary emailed us to help put the amount of energy EVs take to charge in perspective with other appliances. So Mary, let's verify. Does charging an electric vehicle use a similar amount of electricity as other home appliances? Our sources are the U.S. Department of Energy, Tesla, Kelley Blue Book, and Silicon Valley Power. This answer needs context. Some home appliances use a similar amount of electricity to electric vehicles, but it depends on the appliance and the EV. Here's how the math breaks down. The average person drives about 14,000 miles a year. The Tesla Model Y, which was the best-selling EV in 2022, needs around 1/4 of a kilowatt-hour to charge per mile. That's the same as a Chevy Bolt. That means it takes roughly 4,000 kilowatt-hours to charge the car for the year. Now, let's compare that to some household appliances. A washing machine run 3 times a week uses between 60 and 215 kilowatt hours a year. An average water heater uses around 3,500 kilowatt hours a year, But a central AC unit for a large home can use more energy than the Model Y at closer to 5,000 kilowatt hours annually. But these are rough numbers. Different EVs and appliances are more efficient than others, and all of the numbers depend on how you drive and how you use your appliances at home. For a more detailed analysis of what we found and to see how EVs compare to other appliances, go to verifythis.com. With you on Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. They're already arguing.
Not true.
Okay.
Friendly banter.
It's yoga breath.
Welcome to DBL. All right, so Jennifer Lopez is being accused of using a face filter. OMG.
How dare
Say it
she.
isn't. So a TikTok user claims the filter J-Lo was using failed when she leans into the camera. I got to see this. Okay, so she's leaning into the camera. And they say, as you look at it, that she once had a filter and then her forehead and under eye lines are then visible when she leans in, but then when she leans out, her skin's flawless again. Okay, so here's another look at J-Lo's face before and after. J-Lo is 53. She has not responded to the claim.
I don't see one shred of this, and I have to say, I don't love that people are circling parts of Jennifer Lopez's face.
Yeah.
I just think at some point, no, I'm not saying our show, I'm saying we're pointing it out in a sort of sarcastic way.
Who did that?
No, I mean, on TikTok, people are going crazy. If I'm a 12-year-old pimply, non-breasted girl, what chance do I have if people can't even let J-Lo
You just described me at 12.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's okay.
But, I mean, I think a lot of people are like that, right?
Yeah, but I'm simply saying, too, is...
But is there a responsibility for J-Lo, who is touting a skincare line, to be real and not use a filter?
When she's selling her skincare line, and she's been very transparent. I've watched her get ready with me, and she's barefaced, and you can see what she does to cover the wrinkles. So I don't see this, and I don't like the dissection of the women. She's the same age Blanche was supposed to be in Golden Girls. J-Lo, 53. Look how good she looks. Let's just celebrate that.
But I don't know. I'm curious about the word responsibility. I mean, when you're trying to sell makeup products or you're trying to sell a sugary kid cereal, you need to make it as presentable as possible to your potential customer. Unfortunately, with capitalism, we cannot go with responsibility and other words that make you seem regal. You're trying to sell and move these products, and I feel like whatever she needs to do to look how she's looking is working. So the idea, if she can't use a filter, then can Elle magazine?
No, in the Danish people, Denmark, I believe, they're
No,
not,
here in the States.
I know, but I'm just saying they are not allowed to advertise without saying there is a filter on this, and that would be kind of interesting.
Oh. Okay. Well, we're going to switch
I'd like
gears.
to hear that come back out.
We have something really cool.
come
You
back to the
excited for
Danes.
this? We're switching gears, Al. You'll be very happy.
All right.
Okay, so to our viewers, you may have noticed that our very own Erica Cobb hasn't been on our show the past couple of days. There's a reason why. Erica is in LA, getting ready for the NAACP Image Awards. She's nominated, of course, for Outstanding Society and Culture Podcast. So before we chat with her, let's take a look at her week so far.
Ooh.
Just landed in LA. Mom and Dad are here. Yay! Welcome to LA. I'm at the NAACP Image Awards week. We are actually at the Grammy Museum. It is not lost on me how many people came before me in order to open doors for me to be here today. Work it just like me. I am doing my final fitting with Sir Algernon. Strutting, you a VIP. I'm just nervous about all the cake that I ate for my birthday. I want to make sure that I can still fit into this dress.
Does it feel different too?
Yeah, it feels looser. I feel so confident about this look. This was a partnership with myself and Sir Algernon. Shout out to Haley as well. It's coming together, and I am going to do the thing.
Ooh, to get the latest on what's happening this weekend, Erica joins us from Los Angeles.
Yeah! Hi, guys! I miss you. Hi, Kavi. We miss you. you too. What's been your absolute?
She looks fabulous.
you look fantastic.
You look amazing. It's very true. Very. What's been your favorite thing this week, Erica?
Just all the community. I mean, obviously the celebration of Black excellence, but I also got an opportunity to honor a friend of mine who has really been, she passed away. And for some reason, lately I've been feeling a lot from her. And so I did this ceremony, and it turned out that it was actually the day that she passed away. Like,
no way.
The anniversary of her death. So I feel like I'm very grounded right now. There's something happening.
Yeah, there's good energy. Good energy, yeah.
I feel good vibes, Z. I feel good vibes. You're sending them our way. But what's on the schedule for you today? What does it look like?
Well, my dad, who is back here. You can come up, Dad.
Wait, tell him we need to see that suit.
Let's see it.
Look how clean he is.
He has a suit on.
Stop it. Look at it. Stop it.
Yes.
What's up, brother?
Roosevelt Cobb, everyone. We are going to the fashion show. So Dad's going to leave with a modeling contract.
Yes.
And my mother's back there. We're going tomorrow to the award show dinner. So my family's here. My mom's hiding behind a wall for some reason.
Listen, Roosevelt is the most handsome man in America. I got to give it to him. There he is. I love him. I love him. Erica, sticking with the good vibes. Your family's there. I feel the energy. You have your winning speech ready.
My speech?
Winning.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Your winning speech. Your acceptance speech for winning the award.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm like, what? I'm writing a speech because I just think that that's good luck. It's like manifesting, you know? So, of course, I'm going to thank y'all first, you know?
Absolutely. Now, you have 2 red carpet events.
Why are you reading that like it's not your friend?
Okay, we're going to do this because, Erica, I was about to read it like a square because I get yelled at for asking all my questions. But you know what, Erica? I wanted to ask your dad something. Can you bring him on camera really quickly?
Roosevelt.
Oh.
You want to ask Dad something?
I do.
What? He can hear you. What are you going to... What do you need to ask my father?
I obviously have a daughter as well. And as a father, I just want to know what you're feeling in this moment, looking at your daughter and looking at where she is right now.
Oh. Tell him to get close to Erica's mic.
I'll have to wait and get my head around that one.
He doesn't want to speak. He said he has to wait and get his head around it.
He's proud.
Yeah, y'all were looking for that TV moment, weren't you?
Yeah.
You know us over
You
here.
know me. Honestly, I was supposed to ask you about your red carpet events, but you know, just looking at your dad, I mean, that is, you talk about Erica. We are already immersed in everything that is Erica, but as a father, I just look at your dad, and I realize the work he put in to be sitting next to you. So well done by both of you guys. We're proud of you. We're cheering for you, and we know you're going to kill it this weekend.
Oh, that's beautiful.
You already won, girl. You already won.
We love you. We are so proud of you. And you said that, Jeff, that she was giving us good vibes. We are now throwing all our good vibes on you, girl.
Well, don't shove them at her.
Why can't I?
You give them to her. You don't shove it.
I'm throwing it.
You present them.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Erica,
You guys are
nothing's
not dropping
changed
food at
over
my
here.
house.
Nothing.
I love y'all so much. I appreciate you all so much. And I'm hoping to come back with some very good news and new hardware.
Yeah. We love you, girl.
Okay, to our viewers, be sure to tune in Monday. We'll have a recap of Erica's action-packed weekend with some hardware.
And my weekend, too.
Thank you, Erica. We love you.
Yeah.
Coming up on DBL, Paula Abdul will be here live. We can't wait to talk with her coming up next. It's a new year, and DBL is all the talk.
Let's get it going.
We had a lot to talk about last year.
I'm flexing every day.
And we're not stopping in 2023.
So we were calling Al out because when Al asked a question, he goes, well, let me ask you this, kind of formal. And we were like, it's Erica. Like, just ask her the question. But that was very sweet of you to do.
That was sweet.
That was
Al,
very
what's
sweet.
going on in your life that you kind of...
Yeah, emotional.
It's a good thing, but you're reaching for those tearjerker moments.
Oh, it's not even that. It's just like, you know, you watch your kids. Bro, wait till both of you guys.
No, I hear you. I hear
to
you.
see
You're
your
going
kids.
for one right now.
No, to see your kids like grow up. You know, my son got first place in a debate contest last night.
No way.
Yeah, and it's like.
Who? Elijah?
Yeah, to the point where like
Awesome.
me and my ex-wife were talking about sending him to like a school of the arts like he did.
Oh, really?
He's like
Thank you, honey bear.
Off the chart. You said that though forever.
Yeah, and he's
you
just
know.
like a stunningly good-looking person to the point where I hate him. And you know, I just I see them becoming adults, and like, so I see myself more as Erica's dad now than like a dad with young kids. So maybe that's where it's coming from.
Okay.
But yeah, exciting time.
Do I have to say all the Jackson stuff?
You guys, look at
So
this.
the choreographer. Can I be like,
I wish
Paula,
I had
you're
this. All I have
famous.
is a
We were
lanyard.
on last
Where do I get
time.
one of these?
You know the story
Derek.
from the Lakers?
Oh, our
When was
security
your
guard. Isn't this
aha
fun?
moment, or I made it.
What do you have?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, no way. Taylor's also got one. Oh, I'm like on the my kids on the rowing machine. Can I Amazon this? Do you ever do it and be like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, probably me too.
They told me they were out, but they weren't really out. They just didn't want me snapping. Okay, I'll get some more. Because all day I was just.
Also, I am in looking for a new iPhone case. Is it cool anymore to have a busy iPhone case? Are you supposed? Okay, or are you supposed to have like a plain one?
No, you're supposed to have like a cool one like this.
So-
and it secretly says total mess because I'm a total mess.
Oh, mine's just black.
Whoa.
Welcome back. From Lakers girl to successful choreographer and singer, she's straight up done it all, and now she's here to tell us all about her next smash hit and new athleisure line. Paula Abdul, welcome to DBL.
Thank you so much. I cannot believe I'm speaking to you, man. Straight up, now tell me, Paula, you have collaborated with Smash and Tess for a new athleisure collection. Why did you want to work with them specifically, Smash and Tess?
Well, I met Ashley Freeborn, who's the CEO, and we hit it off right away. She's Canadian. My mother's whole side of the family is Canadian. What I love about her and her company is that they celebrate women, they cheerlead for women, and it's all about inclusivity, which has always been so important to me.
Amen.
I love that. And you got a little, what, Pomeranian next to you? A little
Frison? Bichon Frisé? The doggy?
Oh, she's a Cavapuchon. Her name's Penny Lane, and then this is Batman.
Oh, how cute. I love it. And I have to say, you know, the pieces from your collection, I love the long sleeve romper. There's so many things in there that just look like buttery soft and like it'll give you the confidence to work out. What items in the collection are you telling your friends to buy?
Well, I'm loving hearing what my fans are buying. I mean, everyone has a different favorite, but you hit it on the nail. The fabrication is so incredibly soft, but firm in all the right areas that holds your body and massage your muscles. But like the zip up hoodie it's called the Love Me Up jumper.
Ooh.
And the two pieces, the boot cut pants, the crop tops. I love the jumper that has my inspirational messaging that says, be electrifying, create a spark out of life, and it's a big lightning bolt.
I love that.
Yeah.
Affirmations are powerful.
Yeah.
They are, especially if you could touch, see, and feel and be reminded.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Speaking of lightning bolts, Paula, let's go back to the 80s. I mean, we know your story with the Lakers, your perseverance with that. You worked with the Jacksons. But for you, what was your I made it moment after all those struggles?
You know, it's just for me, I was always like, I was born 3 months premature, weighing 2.8 pounds. I had mass for lungs, a broken windpipe. I spent the first 3 years of my life mostly fainted, and I had terrible hip dysplasia. And for dancing, you need to have turned out hips. I had turned in hips with braces. And so everything about my life and my career has been pretty astonishing and quite a story, because I've never been one who was meant to be what I became, a singer or a dancer. And it just shows, you know, when you are somehow aligned with their heart space and passion, miracles happen. And I was always a tenacious little fighter.
I love that. And, you know, honestly, Paula, you're not just a singer and a dancer. You are woven into this country's pop culture fabric, especially your song, because it's been 34 years since Straight Up went #1.
Ow!
And how does that make you feel that it still resonates with so many people, including the 4 people on this panel today?
I feel extremely grateful, and I look at my youngest fans.
Oh.
Yes.
No, but it's a pinch me moment always. You know, I never take anything for granted, and to know that it still resonates with people. And now the TikTok generation is having a blast with my music. Just makes me feel great.
For a full year at recess, I created a cold-hearted snake dance with my best friend Lauren Thaler. Cold-hearted snake, look into his eyes. So I just really want to thank you.
Sorry.
Absolutely. Because we all grew up with it.
He's been telling lies.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Little break.
I actually like that.
It's just, I texted my best friend. I'm like, Paul was
the
on
best.
the show.
I know.
You did. I don't know if people know this. You choreographed the wedding dance scene in Coming to America. Unbelievable.
Iconic.
How are
A lot
you?
of people don't even realize
I
that.
know.
I knew
How
that.
are you able to create such a credible African dance routine? Because it's different moves. Tell us about it.
You know, it was a make-believe place. You know, so it was Zamunda. So I knew that. For me, it's just creating what I would think African dancing meets, you know, popular hip hop and street moves. So it's funny because I created that, and that's been the staple and template for African dance for all these years later.
So talented.
Unbelievable.
So talented.
So humble, though.
I know, very humble. Paula, you've been in the spotlight for over 30 years, and we've talked about aging in the industry many times. We talked about it today as well. How do you stay motivated to keep going in an industry that is tougher on women aging?
Of course, 100% tougher on women aging. For me, I've been lucky and fortunate to have dance in my life for my whole adult life, plus always mentoring younger people. It keeps me young, and I try to never take myself too seriously. Yeah. And just, you know, try to stay in the path of walking forward in gratitude and laughing at yourself and being surrounded by people of like mind.
That's why you've had such longevity. You are so grounded. How refreshing. Paula, thank you so much for joining us on DBL today. To our viewers, you can check out the Smash and Test Paula Abdul collection at smashtest.com. So soft. So soft.
Dreamy.
I know. We'll be right back. Thank you so much, Paula.
Paula.
Congratulations.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
We come together.
36 have been accused of spousal abuse. 7 have been arrested for fraud.
This video is going ultra viral with millions of views across TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. It shows a preacher named Mark Bailey rattling off a list of supposed crimes and misdeeds. At first telling his audience he's talking about NFL or NBA athletes.
14 have been arrested on drug-related charges. 8 have been arrested for shoplifting.
But at the end, he shocks the audience by claiming actually these numbers are referring to members of Congress. So are the stats referenced in this video true? Let's verify. Our sources, the Internet Archive and Capitol Hill Blue, a political blog. This is hardly the first time this list of stats has made the rounds. The video itself is from 2012, but the claims made in it are even older than that. They first went viral as part of a decades-old email chain. We can trace their origin all the way back to 1999, when the list was first published by a political blog called Capitol Hill Blue. The anonymous author claimed blog staff had compiled the list through research, but provided no evidence and almost no names of the people they were accusing. The Internet Archive reveals that Capitol Hill Blue later removed the numbers from the article, before eventually deleting the post altogether. But that didn't stop it from going viral. Chain emails circulated widely despite repeated debunking by fact checks in 2000, 2009, and 2014. One eventually made its way to Mark Bailey, who in fact says in the video that he was forwarded the list by his son. But there was no basis for the claims made in the list when it was published in 1999, and there's no basis for it today. We can verify, no, the stats about members of Congress in this video are not true. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
Welcome back. We've got some great products from our friends at Morning Save. Check them out.
Steph, I'm in the mood for shopping. What do we have?
Hello, Tori, and hey, DBL Nation. Guess what? I'm super excited to show off the deals today, and some of them are just right up my alley. I can't wait to show them off, so let's check everything out. First up, we've got the Cheer Collection 7-piece stackable airtight food storage set. So this deal includes 1 tall container with a lid, 2 medium containers with a lid, 2 small containers with lids, 2 mini containers with lids, labels, and a marker.
I love labels.
And we've got lots of different colours. We've got white, mint, blue, and black. So these can be used to store knickknacks or office supplies too. Normally, this collection is $80, but we've got it for just $24.99, which saves 69%.
If you have dogs, this is good for dog bones, dog treats, because it keeps it air safe.
So our next product, this is one of my favorite things we've had. I love it. It's the Karma Beauty 3-piece travel hair tool set. So this deal includes 1 flat iron, 1 curling wand, and 1 styling comb. They're available in 2 different color options. So we've got rose gold, and I love this unicorn colored set.
Groovy.
So you might be going off on a fabulous vacation, but let's be honest, all of your tools are massive. They take up so much space, whereas these are going to fit into any of your luggage with ease. Normally, it's $259, Tori, but we've got it for just $39.99, which is saving 85%.
Ring me up too, my friend. 2 in unicorn.
I love this. This color palette is so cute. I think this is going to make such a good gift for any girlfriends too. I love this.
Bridesmaids gifts. Great idea.
Up next, we've got the 6-pack of Power Practical Motion Sensor lights. So this deal includes 6 light strips motion sensor and 2 of these snazzy little remotes. So you can install these really easily yourself with no damage, and you can put them under things like your kitchen cabinets, in your bathrooms, around your mirrors, stairways, or as a TV backlight. You name it, you can do it. And plus there's a motion sensor that will automatically turn on when you enter the room. So normally this pack is $66. We've got it for $24.99. So that's saving up to 62%. I'm really clumsy and I really trip and fall a lot. And so under the stairs is really good at night. So you're not turning on a huge light, but you can see where you're going. Exactly. So that for me is a big win.
Okay, good.
Now, our last product, always love sparkles. Diamonds are a girl's best friend, and we've got everything for you guys today. It's the Tamborat half-carat micro pave plated inside-out oval hoop earring. Cute. So this deal includes 1 pair of gorgeous earrings available in 14-carat gold-plated, 14 rose gold plated, and 14 karat white gold plated. Check out the shining cubic zirconia featured on the interior and exterior of these earrings. And it's no surprise that these are a customer favorite on Morning Save. We've got no big markups. We're just closely working with the vendor to bring you the best diamond deals.
I love that.
Normally these are $90, but right now they are $19.99, saving up to 78%. These are really classy. They're going to look great. You can dress them up,
or dress them down,
with jeans and a t-shirt, and you're going to look really chic.
I love that. And great, $19.99, whatever. That's amazing.
Exactly.
Everyone, head on over to morningsave.com. We're going to snag all these amazing deals at the lowest prices, or you can even scan the QR code on screen. That will take you directly to these products on Morning Save's website. Steph, thank you so much. We'll be right back.
In the beginning, what we know as Black History Month was only a week. Let's connect the dots. In 1926, Harvard-trained historian Carter G. Woodson got a group together looking for ways to celebrate the accomplishments and the history of Black Americans in public schools. They focused their efforts on the second week of February. Why? It coordinated with the birthdays of 2 important Americans, President Abraham Lincoln and activist Frederick Douglass. At first, they got a lukewarm response across the country. In fact, North Carolina was one of only 3 states that participated that first year. It was decades later, during the Civil Rights Movement in the 60s, that the week turned into a month. And in 1976, President Gerald Ford officially designated February as Black History Month. Now, nearly 100 years after it started in North Carolina classrooms, It's a reminder Black history and Black achievement can be celebrated by all of us all year long. And that is Connecting the Dots.
When you take a look at the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, you will see from the latest data in 2021, North Carolina had 179 fatal workplace injuries. It ranks among the top 10 states when it comes to deadly injuries on the job. However, looking at the North Carolina Department of Labor, they state in 2021 there were 49 workplace fatalities. So why such a big difference? To get answers, we went to Josh Dobson, the North Carolina Department of Labor Commissioner and the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Dobson tells us there are a lot of differences when it comes to what the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics counts versus what the North Carolina Department of Labor counts as workplace deaths.
What we don't count are medical emergencies when people unfortunately pass away while they're at work, heart attacks, particularly strokes, in rare cases, but it happens, suicides.
He says they also don't count the number of roadway accidents that happen outside of a work zone.
So we count basically what falls under our jurisdiction.
OSHA will come to all workplace death investigations at first, but only take over certain investigations. Dobson says if OSHA takes over an investigation at the federal level, the state would not include that in their data.
Maritime accidents, things like that. I think railroad accidents also is what they investigate. So those are the things that federal OSHA would investigate that they would count that we wouldn't count.
The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics has yet to release 2022 work-related deaths, but the North Carolina Department of Labor's numbers for last year show the state saw more work-related deaths compared to 2021, with 63 in 2022. Construction saw the highest death rate with 15 deaths in the workplace. Dobson says they are continuing their special emphasis program to help decrease deaths at the workplace in our state. With your Verify Fact Check, I'm Megan Bragg.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter answers your questions, clarifies what's true and false, and even includes a daily fun fact. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
DBL puts the fun in funky in a special 70s episode celebrating entertainment from this fabulous decade. Suzanne Summers gets real about that Three's Company controversy, and Bo Derek spills the tea about that 10 moment that made her a cinematic sex symbol. Plus, Rick Springfield pulls back the curtain on the inspiration behind his hit song Jesse's Girl, tomorrow only on DBL. Okay, so of course we have a lot of comments in regard to Paula. Everyone's so excited to see her, but we also have a lot of comments in regard to Erica's dad.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Okay, here's just a couple. So Jay Kim says, wow, Erica's dad is so handsome.
Stunning.
And then we have a number of comments wishing Erica good luck. So Erica, on behalf of all of us here, we wish you luck. We are so proud of you.
Yes.
Any comments about me?
Just check real quick. No, there's not.
There is
Didn't
not.
Paula look the exact same?
What is her secret?
I don't know. She's dancing.
Yeah. Like that?
That's how she dances.
You should be a choreographer.
DBL's new every day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
This Friday, DBL puts the fun in funky in a special 70s episode celebrating entertainment from this fabulous decade. Suzanne Summers gets real about that Three's Company controversy, and Bo Derek spills the tea about that 10 moment that made her a cinematic sex symbol. Plus, Rick Springfield pulls back the curtain on the inspiration behind his hit song Jesse's Girl. They're all joining us live this Friday on DBL.